Okay. Okay, we are live. Welcome, everybody. Over to you, Palumi.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Another year of sorry, hold on, ma. Hold on. A very good morning, everyone. The second edition of the Awakening Summit 2025. Drum roll, please. I really can start dropping comments in the comment section. Let's start welcoming ourselves. This year theme is 2025. Community supporting well-being and beyond. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Once again, I can see a call. I can see Mary Ayuba. I don't know if I didn't. Sorry if I'm not able to mention your name. You can just welcome us in the comment section. So thank you so much, everybody, and thank you for joining. And once again, you can also share the link to your friends, your colleagues to join by just on your social media platform. Thank you so much. And thank you for being part of this wonderful. To learn, to reflect, participate, and most importantly, wear it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so I believe that the network is not so good.
Last week, so
if you can hear me,
hand over to the media.
We are struggling to hear you. I guess that will be your network. We're struggling to hear you.
Oh, I can hear you clearly. I can hear you.
Yeah, but we're struggling from our end to hear you.
I can hear you clearly. So over to national anthem.
Okay, before we start, let's take a few moments and still welcome everyone to join. Please, if you're online with us, can you please leave a good morning wherever you are? Just say good morning or give us an emoji to just wave to us from wherever you are. We will take the national anthem in the next 5 minutes. So we'll give more people time to join us. So please feel free, send us an emoji if you're online with us and you can hear us clearly. Okay, I see Mope Lala. Hi, Mope. Thank you so much. Ebika Bowe, who is one of our facilitators today, is an exhibitor. Hi, thank you so much for joining us. Can we have more people put comments or emojis on the chat button, please, on the chat box? Wherever you are, if you're on LinkedIn, if you're on YouTube, please send us an emoji to say good morning.
Can you hear me now? Hello, good morning, ma. Good morning, ma.
So there's no physical location this year. We apologize, and it's a virtual only. We had announced a week or two ago saying that we're going virtual alone. So, hi, Abdullah. I hope you're not at the physical location. It's going to be just this virtual location. So, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh, great. Innocent Udu. Thank you for joining us. Please share on your platform. Share. Unfortunately, our moderator's internet is not so good, so I might have to do it myself. So let's see how it goes. So can we have more people? We will start in the next 5 minutes. Okay, now 4 minutes. So 10:10, we will be starting officially. Let's just welcome more people. The more you come and you say hello, the more we will be excited.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Akitomide, welcome. I see you. Nice program. Thank you so much. But please, we need this to be as interactive as possible. So please participate. That's the only way we can get a lot of vibe from people to see if you're listening, where you're coming from, and if you can hear us clearly. So thank you, Innocent, for telling us that you could hear us clearly. Thank you ever so much. So at 10:10, we will be starting.
Okay.
Feel free to share on your WhatsApp status. Share wherever you can to let the world know that we're alive. Okay, Balumi, please can you try and see if your network is much better? Okay. I guess the network is still going well. Okay, welcome everybody. This is Unite25 and we're live. Welcome. Hi, Efe. Thank you for joining, one of our esteemed speakers. Okay, can we have more people say hello, wave? Hello. Don't worry, maybe I'm feeling shy and you don't want me to read out your name. I won't read out name. Or I can give you a nickname. And let's see. Okay, so this is 10:10. We will be starting just like our moderator said. Once she's back up, she will assume her role. But for now, the show must go on. Right? The show. So we will be taking our national anthem, and it's gonna be a very one. It's by
Welcome to use Zealot products.
Sorry. We need to play something. One sec. Okay. There we go. We're going to take the national anthem, and it's going to be from the city choir. It's quite a special one. And if everyone can rise. I'm not sure the music. Just one sec while I try to sort that out. Okay, so let's start again. All right. It's playing. Okay. And we are back. I hope you enjoyed that, right? This one. And once we heard it yesterday, I was like, ooh, that sounds really, really different, right? And very entertaining. If only our national anthem can sound that way. Hi, Idris. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for saying good morning. Good morning, wherever you are. We appreciate you joining. Oh, good morning. Looking forward to an engaging seminar. Thank you so much. We look forward to it as well. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much. Good morning, wherever you are. I don't know where our moderator is. Downside of having network issues, and unfortunately we're in the raining season, so you really can't tell when rain will be falling. Good morning, John. Thank you so much for joining. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay, so it looks like I'm going to have to continue the conversation, right? But before we start, maybe we take a quick poll, right? Let us know where you're joining us from, wherever you're joining us from, be it in Nigeria, be it outside of Nigeria, wherever. Can you just let us know where you're joining us from? I'm here in Lagos, Nigeria, in Lekki to be precise. So let us know where you're joining us from. In the next 3 minutes, let us know where you're joining us from. Please, thank you. Let us make this session as interactive as possible. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have 1 more minute to go. Thank you so much. Let us know where you're joining us from. Comment section, whether you're on LinkedIn or on your YouTube. Please, 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 please know. Okay, so I have been told that there's a bug in the platforms. So please give it a few minutes, even when there is delay, when it's spaced out. Please give it a few minutes so that we can all be together. Okay. So we will be straight into the the oh, one sec. We will be oh yes, I see more people saying oh hello, joining from Lagos. Thank you. Neka, thank you, thank you, thank you. Good people. Fantastic. I love the energy. Let us keep it coming. Hi, Palumi, are you back?
I'm back. I can hear you clearly, ma.
Oh, great. All right. So I've just been doing the welcome. So I think
Okay, ma.
it's time for me to
Okay.
do my speech.
Okay, ma.
And let's see how it goes.
Okay, ma.
Okay. So thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Awakening 2025. Woohoo! And today's topic is, the theme for today is community supporting well-being in crisis and beyond. And like you know, the theme for this year by the WHO is mental health in crisis, mental health in emergency, right? Hence our theme, in crisis and beyond crisis. So, first, I want to say a big thank you to God for making this possible for us, right? And for bringing everyone to be here. So, I want to say a very big thank you. Thank you for all the names that we've called on the chat and those who are a bit shy for us. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate, right? Thank you for choosing to show up, whether you're on LinkedIn or on your YouTube, wherever you are, seated, standing, driving, just listening in, right? Wherever you are in the globe, thank you so much. And that's why we were saying that we need to know where you're seated in listening to us. Your presence today is a testament that something I really believe, right? I deeply believe that we are all connected by our shared humanity. And that when we all come together around mental wellness, holistic wellness, we can create a truly transformative conversation, right? So thank you so much for being here. When I started Mindsplace, it was a simple vision, right? To create a one-stop ecosystem where everyone anywhere could access mental health through support without barriers. So bridging the gap between service providers and users like you and I. And yes, I have used service providers before, just like how we all say we go to see the doctors, right? There are doctors in this field as well, and there is no problem going or seeking one when needed. Because I believe with every fiber of my being that mental health is the foundation of every one in life, right? It is not optional, it is a fundamental human right. So I made a joke recently to my team and I said, remember when a mother just gives birth to a child? What's the first thing, aside from the physical state of that child? The cognitive state is that the child has to cry. So, why do we think mental health is not important, right? But yet, too many of us are suffering in silence. We would rather not say what the situation is, we would rather not speak out, right? Too many of us are trying to navigate the storms alone, those storms that nobody can see. And too many of us don't even know where to turn to, who are the right people we need to be vulnerable to, right? And this becomes literally unbearable for us. Too many of us not many of us can identify how to seek help for those around us or even how to support those who are struggling. And that is why we're here today. That is why we created the Awakening Initiative. Is our signature program at Mindsplace dedicated to address strategic gaps within this ecosystem, within this space, right? Education, literacy in the mental health space to support early intervention, access, awareness, and the sustainability within ecosystem. It is all about awakening the mind, right? In reality, the mental wellness matters in our home, in our workplaces, in our community, in our faith groups, right? And in our everyday relationship, the way we build. So today, we'll be having incredible voices, incredible speakers. Victor will come and share how digital support is transforming communities. We have Mary, who will guide us through breaking the chains of stigma. We have Efe, who will help us navigate the complexity of faith and mental health, right? And later on, we will be sharing how to connect these all three things all together in a panel session. You would experience an act therapist today by the talented Buka Bue, right? And we will all come together as well to speak out, ask questions to all the speakers today. So just like the last summit, right? The first inaugural summit, we built it on three pillars: access, awareness, and action. Because knowing is never enough. Caring is mostly never enough, right? We must act, we must create a system, a culture, and a community where, just like physical wellness, mental wellness is prioritized, um, prioritized, protected, and celebrated. Before we dive in, I want to acknowledge something. Being here truly takes courage. Talking about mental health takes a lot of courage. Talking about your challenges, being vulnerable takes a lot of courage. So you're feeling vulnerable, anxious, uncertain about things, right? You're in the right place. This is a safe place. This is a safe community. So please share on your social media platforms, on your people, invite your colleagues wherever you are, and don't hold back. When we call out that you should put a comment in the comment section, please do. If I must say. So as we journey through today, I urge you, please be present physically, mentally, and I must say spiritually. Engage fully in the chat session. Ask questions, right? Share your story, and we will read it out if you don't mind. Connect with one another. It's on LinkedIn, it's on Instagram. So connect with experts within this field, because transformation can only happen not just by listening, but by doing. And in the authentic connection, we
Okay, can you hear me, everyone? Good morning, everyone. Okay, so I'm Pelumi, and I'm the host.
Okay, so I think that the network has not been favorable, right? But we will just keep going. We move, we will move. right? We move. We move. Thank you all. So if you're just joining us, this is the Awakening by the Awakening Initiative. So thank you all for joining. We had said that wherever you're joining from, please let us know. You're welcome, right? My name is Eniola Bello, and I have given the open speech. So as we continue, we will be having Mary Ayuba take us on a journey on breaking down mental health stigma in a way that we've never heard from. So we will go ahead and play the introduction of Mary Ayuba. Hi, Mary. Please, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning. Can you hear me? And can you see me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm not sure I can hear you.
I can hear you. You can
Oh, I
confirm.
can hear you now. I can hear you now. Thank you so much. Thank you. Is your presentation ready? Please
Yes, I think.
get
Let me.
ready as we take your introduction.
That's okay.
Okay.
Can you confirm if you can see the presentation?
One. Not yet. Can you please try it again and let's see? Because
Okay. Okay. I can see it from here, but I'm not sure why. Maybe I'll just try and upload it again.
yes,
Um,
please.
okay, no problem.
Apologies.
Okay, it's not your fault.
Okay, I see more people here. Yinka, Lagos, thank you so much for joining.
Okay, can you confirm if you can see it now?
Not yet. Okay, yes, I can. Apologies. So one sec. All right. So let us quickly take your introduction. Okay.
First speaker is Mary Ayuba. Mary Ayuba, fondly called the multi-woman, mental health literacy advocate passionate about women's empowerment and development, the founder of the Multi-Woman Network and has held notable leadership roles, including president of the Young African Women Congress, Nigerian chapter Google Women will co-lead Lagos, and vice president, operations, of GSFN. She also leads the Ruthless Results Squad, an community for high performers, and serves as the program's manager at Top Mental Health Automation. In May 2024, she was appointed Director of Women Affairs for NANS, Turkish author of Suffering and Smiling, The Tale of a Lagos Bank Worker. Mary has been featured on platforms like TVC Africa. With clapping emojis in the comments section, please Mary Ayuba.
Thank you so much. Mary, over to you.
Thank you so much, Eniola. It's so good to be here. Thank you for having me. And well done to you and your team. I know how it can be a lot to put together an event. I really just want to commend your effort and say big well done to you. And of course, for lending your voice to mental health stigma reduction as a whole. It's so good to see everyone on the call. Thank you so much for joining. I can see that we have quite a number of people on YouTube and, of course, also on LinkedIn. So well done, and thank you for joining. As we all know, today is the World Mental Health Day, and interestingly, this conversation is around how we can reduce stigma, as individuals and, of course, as a community. And I think that before I go into my presentation or my slide, if we all have been maybe following, what is happening on social media. So I'll just use this as an example because I want to, drive home my point. One of the influencers we have on social media came up, I think, yesterday and made a post. And I'm just going to summarize. She was talking about she was doing a reaction video to a video that a man had made. The man was a guest at a show, and the man was talking about how um, when women give birth, the attention is focused on the woman and maybe the child, and less attention is, shown to the man. Of course, the man is, standing in, providing care and attention to, the mother, the child, and of course, everyone around. And, he was just sharing his thoughts to say that men are, not maybe cared for in that situation. And I mean, it was just a normal conversation. I've gone ahead to, see the entire video on YouTube. And the reaction video from this influencer was she, laughing about it, saying that why is the man, comparing, what he's doing to what a woman has done and all of those things. And I saw the video yesterday and I've just been really bothered and, worried. And I think that's where I want to start my conversation from. Very soon it's going to be, we're going to start encouraging men to speak up. Boys should cry when they want to cry, and they should speak up, they should own up and all that, and just not die in silence and all of those things. But I'm just wondering if we are ready as a community for the things that we, are saying that we want to see. When it comes to the practical side of it, are we really showing empathy, to the other gender or to each other as a people? Because personally, I see no reason why something like that would be laughed about because his observations also matter. So the way we also, put attention to the woman, if anybody has heard it before, where a woman will say that when she gives birth, the attention is also focused on the child. I mean, I've heard a lot of women say that most of the time when they give birth, people are so, happy and carried away, and they want to focus most of their attention on the child. When we hear a woman say that, we don't come out to say that, oh, why are you saying that as a woman? I mean, you should be happy that we are focusing our attention on the child. We don't come out to talk about women that way. So why do we think it is not okay for a man to say that I don't get care? And it's not in comparison to any gender. What I'm just trying to drive home with this conversation, and the reason I'm starting this my presentation this way, is to say that we have to be a part of the change that we want to see. If we want a community that is free of mental health stigmatization, then we must be ready to play our own part in being that change that we want to see. When someone comes out to share their thoughts and their opinions about, how they feel they have been treated or how they have been attended to in some certain way, the best thing for us is not to set cameras and begin to, laugh at them and giggle about, why is he talking like that? That's not the way to reduce the stigmatization. You see, if you want to have a community that is healthy, you can pass your own opinion without having to necessarily water down another person's opinion. You necessarily don't have to do that. So I just needed to start with that so that again, I'm able to bring to our consciousness how maybe consciously or unconsciously we're also playing a part in stigmatizing people for their mental health issues. Now, it's okay not to be okay, but what is not okay is staying silent about it. And today I'm going to commend every single person who has at one point or the other have to own up about their mental health challenge or what they feel or what they are going through at some point. Either you spoke to someone who understood you or maybe someone who probably didn't. I really just want to commend you and I want to say well done, because it takes a lot to share. It takes a lot to open up. It takes a lot to speak, not knowing if you are going to be judged, not knowing if you're going to be accepted, not knowing if the people you're talking to are going to hear you out and give you audience. It really takes a lot to share. If you can still hear me and if you can still see me and you can hear my voice, I need you to comment that I'm here so that I can get that feedback to be sure that I'm not just talking to myself here. So just let me see in the comments and just say I'm here, or you can drop an emoji so that lets me know that I'm talking to people and they're following the conversation of the day. Can I see comments? Can I see comments come in? Can I see comments? When I see comments, I'm going to be sure that people are here and they can hear me and they can see me clearly. Okay. I want to believe that mental health is not a new conversation, and every single time I have to talk about mental health. One of the things I quickly like to address is the big elephant in the room. And what is that elephant? It is the fact that some people actually say that they don't have mental health. You know how people say that I don't have mental health. I don't have mental health. And I've heard people say that, and sometimes I'm like, are you sure you don't have mental health? I think that the maybe misconception, which I see people commenting, thank you so much. Thank you. So good to know that you all are still here. Thank you, Layinka. Thank you, Luashim. Thank you, Mubilola. Remy, thank you. I see you. Okay. So I've heard people say it a lot, and I think that the issue is people are always misconstruing mental health and mental health illness and mental health challenges. You have mental health. I have mental health. As a matter of fact, if you don't have mental health, I'm not sure you will be on this call. Nobody's going to be on this call. Your mental health is just like your physical health. It's just like your the health generally that you have. And it's just like when you are sick or when you have a headache or something and you are not feeling fine, you go to the hospital. The difference is that for mental health, it's not something that we can see physically with our eyes. It's something that happens from within before it even begins to exhibit itself on the outside. And so mental health has to do with your overall emotional and psychological state, and of course your social well-being. So for mental health, it cuts across your psychological, your social well-being, and it affects literally how you think, how you feel, and how you act. And if you take this three concepts of thinking, feeling, and acting, you'd agree with me that that's basically everything that informs what we do as human beings. So if we don't take care of our mental health, it definitely means that every other aspect of our lives would also be affected. Does that make sense to anyone? If you are not, taking care of your mental health, if you are not making sure that you are in a good place mentally, every other aspect of your life is going to be affected. So when I talk to people, I used to remind them that it's okay to have big dreams. I mean, we all do that. It's okay to have big dreams and aspirations and all that. But as you're having those big dreams and aspirations, make sure you're taking care of your mental health, because it is only when you're mentally healthy that is when you can achieve all of your big dreams and aspirations. Okay, so having gotten that big elephant out of the way, let's begin to talk about what stigmatization is. Just like I shared, the story I just started with, in some way, that is some kind of stigmatization right there. So any negative attitude or belief or stereotypes and discrimination towards people with mental health conditions is what we call stigmatization. You know how you hear that someone has HIV, for instance, HIV/AIDS, and then immediately you look at the person and you're like, oh my God, I don't want this person to get near me. I don't want to use this person. I don't want to be with this person. And the truth is, some of those things are not, communicable, except, maybe by say sex or blood and all of those things. But somehow people have also stigmatized people with mental health conditions, and the more we stigmatize them, the more we keep pushing them to the extreme. The more you see someone who is dealing with a mental health issue and you're looking at them like, oh my God, I don't want them to come close to me. And then you see them coming, on the other side, and then you cross to the other side. Please, this person is always talking about depression. Oh, this person is always talking about anxiety. Oh, this person is always talking about OCD. Oh, this person has this and that and that and that. The more we keep, stigmatizing them, the more we delay their healing and recovery process. So any negative attitude, it could even be in words, it could be in action, it could be some kind of belief, just like some people have also believed that anytime you hear mental health illness, it is madness. Automatically, they just immediately hear mental health illness, no matter the degree, no matter the level. You just automatically say, oh, take this person to Yaba left. And people even make a joke around it. People even, just play with something like this. And the more we do those things, the more we drive these people to the extreme. We're driving them farther and farther and farther from their recovery. And I mean, it's good that we are having this kind of conversation so that, again, we bring these things to our consciousness. Stigma can come in any way. It can come in any way, shape, form, or method. It could be judgment. It could be isolating from the person. It could be you embarrassing the person. It could be dishonor. It could be intolerance. It could be shame. It could be injury. It could be trauma. It could be whatever thing. It can come in any way, any form, any shape. It doesn't have a one size fit all it doesn't have a one size fit all thing. Okay, it's not like, oh, it has to be in this certain ways. Stigmatization can come in any shape, form, and size. And that's why I literally put this here so that we can all see the different ways that stigma can show itself. It could even be in a warning, it could be in rejection, it could be a condition, it could be you people labeling them as sinners. Okay, because again, I belong to I'm a Christian, and I've heard Christians say that I can never be depressed. And I'm not even joking. Some time ago, I did a just little survey on social media and made a post. And I was talking about how a Christian would say that they can never be depressed. And to my shock, I actually got a comment or someone that actually said that a Christian that lives in the Holy Spirit 2/7 can never be depressed. And it was like the person was saying it like assuredly beyond every reasonable point of that. Me, I am exempted from depression and anxiety. And I literally told the person that, do you read the scriptures? Have you read in the Bible where the Bible says, do not be anxious, for tomorrow, rejoice always. All of those things are the Bible pointing you to the fact that, you know what, if you don't do these things, your mental health is at risk. If you don't practice all of these things, if you're the type that worries a lot, you're thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow and all that. If you are that kind of person, trust me, your mental health is shaking, is at risk. Now, stigma can be, it could be publicly or just to oneself. It could be that the person who is having, that issue is also the one stigmatizing him or herself. And when individuals begin to internalize the negative beliefs and feel the shame and guilt, they're self-stigmatizing themselves. When it comes from the society, when it comes from public, when it comes from the outside, that's public stigma. Now, I hope that we see how these things can this we see how they work hand in hand and they influence one or the other, right? When we talk about stigma, we're talking about those labels, those whispers, those biases that make people feel less. And it's not just external. So, like I said, it's not just something that comes from the public. It can also be from oneself. So, and it's not only even in mental health situations. Different things or different things can happen, or different situations can happen that will make people begin to stigmatize themselves. Okay, they begin to stigmatize themselves. They begin to feel less of what they had. They begin to also think less of themselves and begin to act less. You see how these things work hand in hand. You see how these things all come together. And when you think less of yourself, when you feel less of yourself, you begin to act less of yourself. I think somebody should write that down in the comment section. When you feel less of yourself, when you think less of yourself, you begin to feel less of yourself and you begin to act less of yourself. I hope that we are getting that. Thank you so much. I see the comment section. I love it. I love it that people are following and that people are interacting in the comment section. I love it. Now, what are some stigmatization or stigma that surround mental health? It could be, one of the impact of stigma is that it hinders individuals from seeking help, just like what I said the other time. Like, it begins to drive people away farther and farther and farther from recovery and from even seeking help at all. So when we continue to stigmatize people, who are going through a mental health challenge or the other, we are delaying their recovery. Some of them would probably never even speak up. Some of them would never even talk about it. And then just feel like, what, even if I talk about it, what's going to happen? People are going to laugh at me. People are going to maybe gossip me. By the way, I attended a mental health conference a few days ago, last week. And one of the things, we had, people from the HR department that came, and then, they were talking about how, you use anonymous medium to maybe get feedback in companies and organizations, generally in the workspace. You know how you can fill a survey and then they tell you that, oh, you know what, this survey is anonymous. Guess what? I was watching the podcast yesterday, and the speaker was talking about how she filled an anonymous form to report somebody who was, very rude to her and very mean to her. And one of the people who filled the anonymous form is a friend to, the person she reported. And she said, to her shock, the person got to know that she was the one who reported. Apparently, the anonymous link has been compromised. And the person says, you know what? Because this person, so I can't even trust an anonymous system anymore, because you never can tell who is going to maybe see my name or see my nickname and is going to tell. And it just, so yesterday I was trying to marry what I watched and then what I heard from the conference the other day. And it's just letting me know how the impact of stigma can, spiral so fast. It can change people's decision of speaking up, and they will probably just say, you know what, I'm never going to speak up because I don't know what to expect. And of course, it causes shame and isolation, and of course, it also decreases the quality of life, because when people don't seek help, the quality of life they live is going to be affected negatively. You see how those things work hand in hand and they affect each other. So you can't separate one from the other. When you stigmatize someone, you're causing the person shame, you're causing the person to be isolated, maybe socially, and in the overall sense of it, you're causing the person a decreased quality of life. I want to talk about, some root causes of stigma, because again, I just always believe that there's always a cause to everything. Back then in psychology classes, I know that we have been taught that when you see an individual display some attributes, or you see some what's the word we use now? When you see some symptoms, that's the word. When you see some symptoms, it's important that you know where it is coming from, because there's always a root cause. There's always something that triggers it. There's always something that is making the person maybe behave this way, talk this way, act this way, or even feel this way. So you want to go to the root cause and you want to ask yourself, why is this thing happening? Where did it come from? Most of the time, from work, we're able to trace some of these things from childhood. We're able to also trace some of these things through cultural beliefs. There's just this cultural belief that views mental illness as weakness or spiritual punishment. Some people just believe that if you are going through some things, it is God's way of punishing you. You must have sinned, or you must have done something, and God feels like the best way to deal with you is to, make you have mental illness. It's never like that. Another root cause will be lack of education and awareness, and that's why I also want to say a big thank you to the Awakening organization Mindspace for putting together an event like this, because when we lend our voice to it and when we put up conversations like this, we are being a part of the change and part of the solution, creating awareness and, of course, educating the people. Of course, social media is also a big one. Negative media portrayal, negative stereotypes. If you watch the movies online now and that's talking about, mental health and maybe depression or all of these things that, come under mental health, some of them are not even portrayed in the right way. So because people watch those things, so people already have this stereotype to feel like if you have this maybe kind of disorder or you have this kind of issues, then it means automatically that this is how you behave. People are going to maybe scatter their hair, and let me tell you the truth. The let me tell you, the shocking thing is that most mental health illnesses or most mental health challenges are not even seen on the surface. Who agrees with me? Who agrees with me that before you begin to see, physical symptoms of mental health, then you must have gone to a certain degree. Most of the time, the symptoms are so silent. So you'd see people like are very well, good, like you don't have no issues, but they are dealing with big mental health challenges and issues. Who agrees with me in the comment section? Who agrees with me? Let me know if you agree with me. Let me know if you agree with me. So it's not something that it's not always seen on the outside. Am I saying there are no physical symptoms? Definitely no. But I'm saying that in most cases, sometimes they're not even displayed. Another root cause would be fear and misunderstanding about what mental health truly is. And of course, that's why I said we're having this conversation again. In many African and traditional communities, believe me, mental health is misunderstood. People say things like you're possessed. Oh, just pray about it. It's going to, pray. Let me tell you, these beliefs, they build walls of shame every single time. They build the walls of shame. And before you know, they prevent people from, seeking help and eventually healing. Um, I'm going to move on now to share because I'm also trying to work with it with the time. I've talked about, impact of mental health. Why is it easy harmful? Um, you see, the negative impact is that it's going to definitely reduce the likelihood of people speaking up, because they fear if they will be judged, they fear if people are going to see them in some kind certain ways, and of course, the mental health conditions continues to worsen because if you're not getting the necessary treatment, if you are not going for the help that you seek, the mental health condition is going to worsen, and before you know it, the condition begins to degenerate. It just begins to spiral down. It just begins to spiral down. Now, like I made an example the other time talking about anonymous systems, in workspaces, and of course in places where the confidentiality code is not maintained in the highest esteem. Of course, I know that we have a lot of psychologists in the room, and you can attest to me what the ethics of confidentiality says. You don't use the matters you handle as social media content. You don't use that. It's against the ethics. You don't even use some of the feedback that you get, except you have express permission, of maybe the person, and you get that permission not because you've coerced them or you've forced them or you've manipulated them, to share their feedback. It's very important that we are talking about this conversation. Again, thank you. I see the comment section. A lot of people agree with me. Okay. Now let's talk about why we need to actually reduce stigma, why we need to reduce it. See, it's important that we begin to talk about stigma reduction because it's going to encourage people to open up. It's going to encourage people to be empathetic and, of course, inclusive. It's going to also, strengthen our community health system and the health of the people generally. We're going to have reduced suicide rates and discrimination. By the way, again, linking it up with the mental health conference I attended last week, we had the keynote speaker, talking about looking forward to the bill that has been said that will be passed by December. I think the standardization of it that people who attempt suicide, are probably, not going to be charged to court and all that. Because again, I'm imagining somebody who, wanted, maybe who got tired of life, got hopeless, and says, what, I want to take my own life, and when it gets into maybe police or maybe when people are involved and then the next thing is saying, what, let's send this person to jail or let's sentence this person to, so years imprisonment or let's find the person. So personally, as someone who's also interested in policies around mental health in Nigeria, I'm looking forward to the decriminalization of suicide attempts and, provision of more suitable and healthy spaces that can help people to open up about the challenges and the struggles that they are facing so that they can seek the help or they can get the help that they deserve. You and I have a part to play. We have a part to play in stopping the stigma. We have a part to play. And I've talked about being empathetic. I've talked about your role in making sure that when you hear about people who are going through some mental health challenges or mental health issues, the next thing is not for you to maybe create a content out of it or to laugh about it or to water down what they're going through. You have a role, I have a role. So as a community, we all have roles to play in raising awareness, in providing safe spaces, and of course in collaborating with each other and making sure that we keep talking about these things until we see the change that we really desire. I don't know when the change is going to happen, honestly. I don't know because it looks like, the more we talk about it, the more we are going deeper and deeper and deeper. But trust me, there is hope. There's hope because now people are more open. I've seen these, change over time. People are more open now. I work with a mental health organization, and I can tell you that, we have more people who are, being receptive now to counseling. We have people who are coming to say, what, I need to speak with a therapist. I need to speak with a counselor. I just need help. And the more we have this openness, the more it tells us that what, we're doing something right, and before you know it, in no time, we're going to have the change that we want to see. So do your own part, and I'll do my own part, okay, to stop the stigma and of course to reduce mental health illnesses or mental health challenges in the communities. Now, how can you help? Provide emotional support, listen without judgment, and show empathy. When someone comes to talk to you, the next thing is not for you to begin to say, your own is even small. If you hear my own, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. You can express your, whatever you're going through just for the person to also be able to know that, what, it's not only you that is going through this, but don't water down the other person's challenges. Don't downplay it. Don't think that yours is bigger than theirs because it is not in the same size. You understand what I'm saying? Don't make it look as though theirs is better. You are not the one carrying the load, so you cannot tell how heavy it is. Okay, you can share with them, oh, I've been through this and I've been able to come out of it. That's okay. Okay, but don't be the one to, judge them, but show empathy. And of course, refer them to professionals. If you know that, oh, maybe somebody talks to you about something and you feel like this is not something I can talk about, please refer them to professionals. There are different communities around. This organization is part of it. refer them to people who are able to help them, and of course support mental health initiatives, and of course also in the workspaces. I think a lot of workplaces are now catching up. A lot of them now are being inclusive. Mental health, I mean, some of the speakers we had at the event I attended last week were talking about the channels they are provided to make sure that people are able to maybe open up to mental health professionals in the workspace. So this time around, you're literally not talking to the HR person, but you're talking to a professional who is able to keep your details or the information that you share with them confidential enough, except for maybe there's need of it in the workspace, or maybe there's need for a shift or role or something like that, or it has to be with your consent and your permission. So I think that if we are able to do some of these things, also we can also learn. This is a learning platform. This is a learning opportunity. For instance, you're able to learn, educate yourself, and of course educate others. And that's why you should also share the link of this event to your friends and everyone around you, because everyone needs to be a part of this. Okay, so you are attending mental health event like this. You are making sure that you attach yourself to communities where you can get educated the right way. You're also using your voice to challenge the stigma. When you see somebody doing something that is not right, make sure you are not normalizing it and saying, oh, I'm not okay. Just make sure that you are lending your own voice. And what I wanted to say the other time is normalize saying you're not okay if you're not. Don't pretend to be fine when you're not fine. This one, I'm so perfect in doing it. If I'm not fine, I'm going to tell you. If I need a break, I'm going to let you know. If I want to shut down, maybe just take some time off, I'm definitely going to take that time off. And it also comes from my own level of self-awareness. So this is the point where I'm going to say that make sure that you are investing in your self-awareness so that you know when you need to take a break. You know when you actually want to say, I'm not okay. You know when you want to say no to some things. You know when you want to set the right boundaries. You know when you want to do all of these things, and support others also as you do. Of course, I've talked about empathy so much in this conversation, and of course, it's because empathy is what we use, to make the world a better place. Listening without judgment is a gift. When you listen to people when they share with you, don't listen because you want to judge them. Don't listen because you're just waiting for them to learn so that you can just give them back to say, what are you going through that nobody has gone through before? Don't do that. Okay, don't do that. Make sure that you give the gift of listening without judgment. Okay. Of course, I'm gradually coming to the end of my conversation now, and I just want to say that when we heal together, we grow stronger together, and the world is going to be a better place. When we heal together, we grow together, we go stronger together, and the world is going to be a better place. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a great time talking to you today. I'm sharing on mental health stigma reduction and community. My name is Miri Ayuba. Feel free to connect with me on every social platform. That's my name. And I'll be glad to also connect with you. I'll still be here while the event goes on, because I understand there's still a panel session, but I think I'll just drop the curtain here so that I can give other speakers the opportunity to share also. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for having me. Over to you, Eniola. Are you still here? Are you still here? So while we wait for Eniola to come up, I'm just going to look through the comment section and see some of the comments that I'm seeing. Thank you so much, Omosheyi. Mental health is not a laughable situation. That's right. When you feel less of yourself, you continue to act less of yourself. Thank you so much, John. Thank you so much. For people
Wow,
who
wow,
said
wow. Hi, Mary. Thank you so much. That was a
thank
powerful
you.
message. Oh my God.
Thank you so
I
much.
see the comments rolling in. Thank you thank you. Thank you. You've given us permission to name what the stigma is, what challenges it is. You need to define it and not just make it a joke, right? Right?
Yeah.
You've been able to help us dismantle what exactly how we should do, what we should do, how to identify it. Please, everybody, give Mary round of applause with your emoji. Send a lot of love, send a lot of messages. What did you learn? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Mary. We really appreciate you. You really dismantled it. Thank you so much. Can we have emojis? Thank you, everyone. Oh, I see here. Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And remember, we need to learn. I know people say it's learn, unlearn, relearn. It is very important for us to always do that. So we'll have a quick session, right? Our host, Mary already talked about stigma, right? So let's do something right now. What is one stigma challenge you want to take on, right? So we're going to do something called stigma booster challenge. In the chat button, right? What is one myth in mental health that you would want to address, that you would want to break, you would want to stop and say, Mio, Eniola, I want to challenge this every time I see it? What is one? Mary, I would like you to think about one. I know you've mentioned a lot, but what is one that really used to pinch your button, right? You talked about how people think, oh, when you talk about mental health, next thing you hear, oh, me, I'm not mad. I've had someone tell me, oh, I'm not mad. It's only, don't say that. No, don't do that. You understand? Or when you hear, oh, mental health, or I'm struggling emotionally, you hear, oh, that person is just weak. I cringe when I hear it. Like, the person is just weak. Now, give you the example of the that you started with, of the celebrity that had come to talk about the male side. Imagine where people, and it's so funny how we see a lot of comments and people are so insensitive. And you know what? The truth is, we all put on this facade as though we've never had those moments where we just feel so down, so alone. You feel like giving up. And I used to say a joke, right? In as much as we're religious people, right? In the sense, I'm sure one of us, I would say I am one of them, where we've thought about, you know what, let Jesus just come. I am tired. What do you think that is? You're tired, meaning let him come, let rapture come, so that we can all end this. It might be a joke, but there's a reason. There's an emotion that took place for you to think about that, regardless of it being a joke. So please put in the comment section, what is one particular myth that you want to get rid of? Think about it in the next 2 minutes before we take on our next speaker. And it's going to be a powerful one. Our next speaker. Victor, are you ready? Please get ready with your presentation. Can we see your face, Victor? Whilst we're seeing comments, we want to see comments. What is one thing you want to break? You want to challenge yourself with? Hi, Victor. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining. Unfortunately, I don't know if anybody has been here when we started. Our moderator, the internet has been wonky. So I have taken on the challenge because we must move. The impact we need to make today must be made. Excited. Yeah. Excited. Thank you so much. Okay,
Can I just set up my
presentation ready?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I need to look for it. Mary had asked that what is one other challenge that you want to take on going forward? One particular one.
Please confirm you can see my screen.
Do you want me to say it, or I type in the comment section?
Please go ahead whilst we wait for other people to type it in.
Okay, so I think that for me, one challenge I'm going to say is that in Christian communities, mental health conversations should be normalized. It is not a sin, and you are not a sinner because you are going through one mental health challenge or the other, and God is not punishing you. So stop
Absolutely.
that mentality. I don't know where it came from, but I mean, it's just something
It's
that we need to
culture.
address.
It's culture. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi,
Especially those,
Victor. It's good to see you.
Hi, Mary. Wonderful.
especially
Thank you.
I like when people are liking themselves. Hi, Victor. Hi, Mary. You see, we're all one in this conversation. You can see
Yes, we
everyone
are.
knows each other. Everyone is excited to be here. So
Mhm.
please, Zainab, hi. Thank you so much. She was one of the speakers last year for a panel session. I remember. Thank you. The vulnerability is a weakness. That vulnerability is a weakness. I pledge to challenge. Great, great, great. That it's okay not to be strong. I am challenging that by saying I am a strong woman. Absolutely, you are a strong woman, a supportive one for that matter. Thank you so much. Mental health is not madness. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you all so much. I overthink a lot. I know we overthinkers, we are here. But you know what? Just break it down. What is the emotion? Why are you overthinking? Break it down. And if you know how to journal it, journal your thoughts. You understand your thoughts. With that, you can control the overthinking, right? So I will say to you, thank you so much. Please let's keep it rolling. And if you missed the introduction, please let us know where you're watching us from or you're listening to us from. We would love to say hello. Um, Victor, I can't see it too.
Uh, what up now? Can you say?
Absolutely. Okay. So let us take the next speaker, right? But please, in the chat button, please keep on rolling in your comments, your challenge, right? And don't forget, we need more people to join us. We cannot do this alone. That is why the theme is called Unite. We unite. We are coming together to destigmatize this conversation, this silent conversation. So, welcome once again, right? Now, when we talk about building support system, our next speaker is going to show us how to use digital communities. How digital communities can transform mental health in our society where we can be connected, yes, yet disconnected. Since the pandemic, you would agree with me, right? We are connected. You see the person's status, but you've never spoken to the person in years. Why do so many of us still feel alone regardless? You hear people say, oh, I'm all alone, it's me and God. But yet you're seeing the status and you're not reaching out. Why? So our next speaker is going to answer this situation, this and provide solution to a large extent, right? I tell you, this speaker is a digital innovator. He's a community builder in the technology space, in the health space, right? And a very powerful support system in that space, right? On how we can all network and save life and transform the healthcare system one hand to another. So we will take the introduction now. 1 minute. 1 second. Okay, I need to then share my screen. Okay. We're starting now.
Our next speaker for today is Victor Ermai. Ermai is a prolific business leader and product manager with over 6 years of experience building innovations across multiple sectors. The CEO and co-founder of Checker Health, a digital health company that seamlessly connects people to the best medical laboratory. Holds a bachelor's degree in economics from Cum Laude University, Akung Bakoko, Ondo State. He is also an alumnus of the Nexus Progress Management Initiative by Lagos Business School and Henley Business School, United Kingdom. Having built products in banking, education, fintech, and healthcare, Victor is passionate about leveraging technology to solve some of Africa's most pressing challenges, improve lives at scale. With clapping emojis in the comment section, please welcome Victor Ermai.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you, Eniola, for inviting me. I think it's such a great pleasure to, be guests to have this conversation, and to everyone joining on YouTube, on other social media channels, LinkedIn, and all. Thank you for joining. I hope we have a very exciting session together. My name is Victor Ermai. I lead a company called Checker, and we help people get access to lab tests in different labs across the country. So it simply connects doctors and patients and hospitals to labs that have the right equipment and can conduct necessary tests. Of course, with digital results shared to both parties, the doctors and the labs and the patients, I've been doing healthcare for 6 years, and I must share a story. You would recall that everybody, when you maybe graduate from uni, it's a new phase, and at the point of every transition, everybody is either bothered or disturbed or questioning the next phase, and if you don't figure it out on time, right, it sets us up to a whole new level of emotions. Some people, maybe after searching for a job for 6 years, and they have to maybe do menial jobs and all that. After graduating, studying a course for 5 years, you're now jobless. It gives you a level of mental instability. Let me put it that way. Some people get depressed, and I'm going to show a few statistics. But before I do that, I will tell you my own story. A couple of years back, it was so bad for myself, and of course a lot of issues here and there that we battle: family, business, everything, work, and I was almost suicidal. Maybe I was suicidal, right? And I then called. The moment I noticed it, I prayed. We spoke about praying. Yeah, prayer works, but of course there are other actions that we need to take, right? So I called a close friend of mine, and my friend, a lady, told me to take a walk. Imagine somebody that is saying, "Oh, I want to die. I'm tired. I want to go," and everything. Guess what? I think the walk lasted about an hour. Whilst I was on that call talking to my friend and I was taking a walk, I almost got kidnapped in Lagos. So, somebody that wants to die and is ready to just go, and you're not running away from kidnappers. Right? So somebody was just following me, and a car parked, blocked me at the front. And before I knew it, I just threw everything away and I started running, crossed the road to the other side. And I found a way to go back home. And I discovered that the feeling I was having was not me truly. Like myself, I want to keep moving. I want to live life to the fullest. I want to make it work. But regardless, what I was thinking was just an emotional state. I was destabilized, right? And it's not the true picture of that individual. And this is my own personal experience with living in Nigeria, the hustle and bustle of Lagos. Now you see this different expression on the screen. This is how we feel as Nigerians when different things happen. And in this session, I'm going to show you some real life situations and how a lot of people are prone to different mental issues. Now, this is a statistics from the Federal Ministry of Health. Up to 30% of Nigerians suffer from one form or mental health condition during their lifetime. Frankly, it is true. But you see that some Gen Zs, one small thing that happen now, you say, "Oh, I'm depressed. Oh, I'm mentally this, I'm mentally that, I'm tired," and all that. Yeah, it happens, right? And I'm gonna tell you why, right? Leading causes of all of these issues. Before we go into that, what exactly is mental health? Mary has done good work on explaining that, but I'm going to use what the World Health Organization has said. Mental health is a state of mental well-being that enables people to cope with the stresses of life, realize their abilities, learn well, work well, and contribute to their community. So if I'm able to relate with people, work well, understand my abilities, use those abilities, be in right state of mind, and then contribute to my community, right? That state of mental well-being is what mental health is. Now I'm going to go to the key components, right? The first one is emotional well-being. How do you manage your emotions? Maintaining balance and also expressing your feelings appropriately, right? You see some people, they have serious anger issues, some people that are calmer, some people. Now, how do you really manage your emotions, right? It's part of your mental well-being or mental health, right? Another one is psychological well-being, which is a component of mental health, right? This is you having a sense of purpose, and of course, self-acceptance, accepting yourself for who you are, then your ability to grow and adapt. When you have a sense of purpose, you accept yourself for who you are, and you have the ability to grow and adapt. That shows your psychological well-being, right? Another thing is the social well-being. Now, this is your ability to form healthy relationships, if you're feeling connected to people, and if you're always happy to contribute to the society. Now, if you see a professional psychiatrist, they're going to measure you on some of these components. They'll ask you a series of questions as far back as when an individual is younger. Or if you're talking to a therapist, that's like the usual thing, right? But I mean, I will now go to the problem in reality. How many therapists do we even have? How many psychiatrists do we have to a population of 200 million Nigerians? And let's not forget, 30% of the population is prone to have one mental issue or the other in their lifetime. Now, what are the major causes or contributors to mental issues, right? The first one is poverty and economic hardship. Now, and whilst I understand that everybody is positive and all that, this is just a pointer to say that we need to watch it. By that I mean, we need to be careful about how we are thinking, how we are living, and stress can cause mental health issues, right? And it doesn't have to be until when somebody starts running mad, physically mad, and all that. Mental health issues starts way before then. It starts way before then. So imagine widespread poverty, unemployment, income inequality, and all of these, they create stress and anxiety, right? Many a times they create feeling of hopelessness. When you go on social media today, you would see people begging in comments, like poverty is in the land, right? A lot of jobs, imagine minimum wage is about 75,000 or so, right? And when you calculate all these things, it's not able to pay for anything in Nigeria today. Like, you literally living from paycheck to paycheck, right? Not to even talk of those that do not have a job at all. How do you expect these people to keep hope alive? Now, a lot of people in these categories are prone to having even the slightest mental issues. Now, I'll go to the next one. Lack of access to mental health care resources. In Nigeria, I think I touched this earlier, just a few mental health professionals, and let's be very frank, right? We don't have as many therapists as we have doctors. And guess what? One doctor, like the Nigerian population, is about one doctor to thousands of patients, right? And we do not now have as many therapists as doctors. So you can now imagine the ratio of one therapist to the population, it is crazy, right? So we do not have access to professionals. We don't have access to a lot of psychiatric facilities, and the cost of care treating mental health, even to the slightest one, as depression, is very expensive, right? I'm saying this because I know it is very expensive. Now let's talk about the stigma. Mary Ayuba had spoken a little about this, and maybe not a little, she expatiated on stigma. So I'll just talk a little about this before I go to my main points. Now, stigma, cultural beliefs, and misconceptions is a major cause or contributor to mental issues. Now, let's just imagine an individual loses his job. First thing, he starts thinking, oh, what next? Sometimes the first 2-3 months might be chilled. You just, okay, I'll get a new job and expend my savings in this period. But what if after 3 months, you spent all your money and there's no job inside? Now, at that point, different kind of mental issues start to set in. Now, the moment an individual does not communicate this to someone, let's say a friend or a community or a therapist or anything. I mean, therapy is not a thing in Nigeria. I can remember I had, I don't know if I should say this here, I lost my mom some months back, and my auntie was in Canada. She said therapy is normal, that I should go for a session. I'm like, I'm fine. I'm not good. They said it's 100K, 100K on therapy. I'm like, oh, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm fine, right? Yeah, but I mean, and that's how we think as Nigerians. We have this cultural belief. There's a lot of misconception. By the time you tell somebody that you have this slight mental issue, like you just see that, you'll be thinking, oh, what are they thinking about me? What are they saying about me? There are a lot of issues around stigma. You'll be bothered about what people think rather than how you need to take care of yourself. And because of this, a lot of people who are in the very early stage of depression, for example, do not talk to anyone, right? They probably just withdraw, and you see them posting on social media, posting different things to make it look like they're fine, but they are not, right? But most of these people in this category, they withdraw to themselves. Now, as individuals, as a country, we have a huge role to play to assist these people. I'm going to come to that shortly. Then another cause is social and environmental stressors. I cannot just imagine what people traveling maybe to Edo, because I've seen a lot of kidnapping in Edo State recently, or Kogi axis, and so on. I cannot imagine the fear that wreaks the lives of people in that area of the country, right? These can cause huge mental challenges. Like it will just set in subtly, right? It doesn't have to be until when somebody runs mad, because there's nothing like that. Like, mental illness is just like illness, like malaria, like cancer. Like, it's an illness that can be treated. You take meds, you get fine, you do your work, you're good. But there's a stigma already attached to anything called mental illness. And things like insecurity, violence, terrorism, and displacement of individuals can cause it. I'll give you an instance. You go to work, you come back, you hear that the Lagos state government has destroyed your house with everything within it. How do you even want to process it? Where do you want to start from? Something like that can lead to mental issues. Now, I think I have a few more points. I will just run through them so that we understand that it's not just substance abuse or drug abuse that can cause it. You see, I put it in the next slide too, because that's like what most people think. Now, I will tell you that this is just this substance abuse or drug abuse just only triggers it. Don't forget, I've mentioned the situation that we are in that makes people prone to mental issues. Now, it makes it worse when the person now likes cannabis. Oh, it makes me feel better. No, it doesn't. It leads to worse mental issues or challenges. And it is very unhealthy to use this as a coping mechanism for stress, trauma, or whatever challenge that an individual faces. Another one is poor mental health policies, funding, and infrastructure. I don't know if there's a budget for mental health care Now, if you go to any of the hospitals, psychiatric hospitals, they are crowded to the brim. I promise you. And we barely have them. I think in Lagos, we have just one. They call it Yaba left. We have maybe one in Abeokuta. Like, we don't have enough of these facilities to make it even look like it's a normal thing. And it's not even easy to find a psychiatrist in a regular hospital as a consultant. But you can find other consultants, gynecologists, and so on. So these are like major issues. It's not accessible. Another one is educational and awareness gaps. And I must celebrate Eniola because what we're doing is creating awareness. Every year in, year out, celebrating the World Mental Health Day is a way to create awareness because there's not so much public awareness of mental health, and people that are even aware of it, they probably do not have the right perspectives to it, right? Then the final point on courses is the social demographic and individual factors. And I think I shared my own experience graduating from school and all of that. Now, spending that much time, spending that much money, schooling, unemployment, social pressure, especially when you're on Instagram, like you see people balling, you hear this person is 21-year-old and you're 29, and you're still trying to figure out like these things. And I heard somebody say I like to overthink a lot. Many people do. Like, I used to overthink a lot, then I created a system around it. I just do what I want to do, right? These things can lead to mental issues. Now, let's talk about a solution, something that could be a solution to this in Nigeria. No, we've already highlighted the challenges. Government budget doesn't even cut it. The support, the number of therapists or psychiatrists within the country as consultants, we don't have that. So how can we create an alternative system to solving this? Because we know if we're very, very realistic, at some point in our lives, we faced challenges that has put us in that situation of maybe depression or different kind of mental challenges, right? Maybe you're very sad and you're very withdrawn and all that. There are different symptoms to it, right? So how can we use digital peer support to transform mental health in communities? Now, I'll start with what exactly is digital peer support. Now, digital peer support is support given by individuals who have lived the experience of mental health challenges using digital means, right? It can be mobile apps, it can be online forums, it can be chats, it can be social media, it could be different platforms that creates a community, a safe space, right? And where peers can share, support one another in their journey, encourage. When like minds meet, you feel the same way, but one person has overcome it. The person is able to support you. Now you are not seeing one person as mad and the other is crazy because all of you are facing depression or you need, for example, I would advise anybody that job hunting, right, and need some sort of support from people who have gone through that phase and gotten a job, can be in a community like this. They will make you feel sane. They would support you, encourage you. And when you get something like that from people that it sort of just makes you feel better, right? Sometimes if somebody you are close to is advising you, go hear word. Right? It's until when you hear it from one influencer on IG, you say, word. Right? There's this thing that Gen Z do, you say tap. I don't know what that is, but that's fine. I'm not Gen Z. Okay. I wish I could see our comments, but I'll just go on to share what I have. Right. So what are the ways we can transform our communities using digital peer support? First, I will start by reducing barriers to access. Now, I think I shared a few areas, Telegram groups, and I'll use pregnancy as an example. I know someone who got pregnant, and she told me that there's a group where mothers support to be mothers, and there is also like a facilitator. Now, if you've given birth to a child, you know that you have a lot of questions. You're trying to navigate life. You are going through a lot of emotions, and you just want as much support. Something like that, but for mental health. right? It could be a Telegram channel. I feel this way. I'm having severe headache. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. There's a facilitator that can offer advice. Okay, well, this is what you can do. By creating that platform, you've reduced barrier to access. Now, it can even be an anonymous group, right? You are not using your real names, but people are there and they are sharing real life issues, and they're also gathering support. Now, you would see, let's use like online communities, for example, on IG. When any of these influencers just come and say, this person has this challenge, and so please, community, they'll call them something farm, or let's support them. This is like an online community. You see people, before you know, this person has raised maybe 7 million, because I think I saw a story of someone who gave birth to triplet or quadruplets, 4 children, right? And they didn't have money. My apologies. They didn't have money to cater for those children. Then they came online, they were shouting, please help, help. That is the power of a community. They got a lot of gifts, they got a lot of support, advice, this and that. Finally, they were fine, right? They were all right. And that's the idea. Now that we do not have access to all of these professionals, but we have people who have scaled through this. Maybe they were able to afford it at some point. It can be championed by anybody on this call, right? You're passionate about mental health. For you to even be on this call, it means that you fancy it, you want to know more, and you want to give back, right? If this is you, this is something that you can do. Facilitate it, talk about it on social media, get people to join anonymously, right? This would eradicate the first challenge, which is access, right? Now, another one is scaling the reach. Online care support can reach large number of people across different locations. It's different from having a therapist saying, come to my office, and that, and all that, right? This is digital and it's anonymous. It can facilitate access to scale, to reach more people, right? Another one is empowerment and social connectedness. Now, sharing experiences with peers builds hope and confidence, right? When you share an experience and somebody is saying, I was there, this is how I felt, this is what I did, and everybody is supporting you on the journey, everybody is listening to you, you get encouraged, right? That is a community that supports you. Now you start feeling heard. Let's not forget that the challenge with most people that fall into depression or any kind of mental issue is they are always most likely withdrawn, right? But now they have a community that can make them discuss, talk, and they have a lot of things that they are supporting themselves on, right? This is a channel that can be used to empower a lot of people. Another one is, it's a complement to formal care, right? Peer support is not formal care, right? Let's not forget that there are different stages of mental health. There are some that they need to start taking medications and all of that. That's like a proper formal care. Some people, they don't need to see a psychiatrist, they need to see a therapist, and that's another form of formal care. For some others, they are in the very early stages. They're bereaved and they need some support and all of those things. They're on the group, they get messages supporting them and all of that, different materials helping them to live day after day, right? So it is a complement to formal care, right? To support, like I said, digital peer support. Now, improved mental health outcomes. Now, by sharing coping strategies and offering emotional encouragement, the digital peer support helps to reduce symptoms like anxiety and depression, right? And helping you just manage your overall well-being and even yourself, right? You're able to, you have the support, you're able to manage your anxiety, manage your depression, because you have a community that is there for you. Now, I don't know how many people on IG that they are the ones in the comment section, always reading people's thoughts on matters that are posted. That is what this is, right? So even though you are not the one posting, you're on the community, you are learning from other people's experience. So it helps you, it builds something you're seeing over time, it builds that confidence within you so that in case something like that happens again, you're able to work around it, right? I hope this is making sense. Okay, now, I would not do this without saying some of the challenges and the risks, right? To make digital peer support very transformative, the challenges must be managed, right? And now, before I go to what it can look like in a closed group, right? In comment section on IG where we have communities. So I'm trying to liken other communities to a kind of community that can be built for mental health, right? You see the way humans attack other humans, like you'll be wondering, what the hell is this? How can somebody comment this about another person down to serious curse words and threats and all that? It can be that bad. And we would not overrule the fact that something like this can also happen in the community, right? So we would need to look at areas like challenges that might come up and how to solve them. First is the engagement and iteration. Now, depending on your strategy, people may start using the tools, but later on drop out. So somebody can join the group and maybe join the community, engage. And if there's not so much engagement and on the channel, on the group, it can lead to drop off, right? And sustaining interactions on groups, if you manage a community before, you understand it could be tough, right? So if you're going to start something like this, you need to be a lot more deliberate, maybe set dates and time for certain town halls, and that's different from the regular random messages that people just drop to hear people's thoughts and all that, right? Another one is the digital divide. Not everybody has access to internet. Let's be very frank. 200 million Nigerians, not everybody has access. So this can be a challenge, right? It's not something that you can solve. So, I mean, your target, like anybody that is able to find about a community and is able to join, I mean, let's work with them, right? Another one is moderation and oversight. You would really need to moderate. If you're not directly doing it, you need to have like safely trained moderators, right? Because there's huge risk of harassment and triggering content that can be posted by anybody. Let's not forget it's anonymous, but so we need to be able to moderate and have ground rules and all of that. Yeah, and I think another one is the cultural and social norms and stigma. In some communities, admitting mental health issues is a taboo. So peer support must respect local language norms and beliefs. So in your communication, maybe on social media, whilst trying to get people to join your community, we need to be very careful about how we communicate so that we do not attack a certain tradition and all that. Let's just try to play it safe so that we can appeal to different kind of audience, right? I think I'm almost done. Please, Eniela, can you confirm you can still see my screen?
Yes, I confirm I can still see your screen. We can see your screen, Victor. Please go ahead.
Hi, and everyone, to be done. This is like action steps for anyone interested in giving, especially in Nigeria. We're a rare breed, right? Very talented people, so be handled with care, right? So one is to co-design with local peers, look for somebody that has experienced this, gone through depression and come out of it, set up a community, design your framework, your tools, right? Design something. Let's not forget, we live this life for impact. It's not just to make money. It's not just to live the good life, buy all necessary cars and big vehicles and fly PJs, private jets and all. It is also to give back to. So if this is you, this is what needs to be done, right? Another one is moderation and safety protocol. You need to have online moderators. It doesn't have to be you, but create a team, set up your guidelines, set up escalation processes for when something happens. What can happen that can make you say, oh, I need to remove this person from this group, or I need to have a personal chat to this person, understand where this person is coming from, like have a strategy to process and escalate crisis, right? Then, of course, you need to have clear privacy policies. Now, another one is to create awareness and community engagement. So if you have a channel like this, it would not just market itself. You need to talk actively on LinkedIn, talk actively on Instagram, post videos on YouTube. Let's create awareness. People need to be aware that something like this exists, right? A lot of people are living life in silos. And sadly, if they connected with somebody that is going through the same thing that you're going through, they probably will feel better because they're encouraging themselves. Somebody that has gone through it and come out of it can support them. We need to create like very solid awareness and community engagement strategy. Then finally, we need to measure our outcomes. You cannot just have a community and you're not able to say, 1,000 people joined this community in the last 12 months, and you're not able to say 20 people has come out of depression, 20 people have come out of this, people in deeper form of mental illness, maybe schizophrenia or psychosis, and you've able them to sort of motivated them to take their meds, make them feel that they are normal, live normal lives, and all of that. Yes, you need to measure all these outcomes. So monitoring, evaluate, search, right? You need to build solid data collection tools and frameworks, ensure that over time you measure all of these data and communicate them publicly. This would, of course, I'm not saying you are doing this for personal gains and all that, but it's also a form of awareness. And of course, to celebrate whoever has started something like this. Like this is me celebrating Eniola for putting something like this together, having hundreds of people join from across the globe to celebrate the World Mental Health Day. Now, let's make mental health a priority. The more we talk about our struggles as individuals, the less power they have over us. Healing begins with a conversation. Thank you very much. So this is where I end my session. I'm sure we're going to come to the question and answer session also. Thank you very much. Eniola.
Thank you so much. Well done, Victor. That was a very eye-opening one. Oh my God. Shown us that distance really does not diminish connectivity, right? When we show up intentionally, whether digitally, physically, or otherwise, right? We're able to support each other. Mm-hmm. And time to do that really is now. Thank you so much, Victor. And thank you for sharing. Oh my God. I was like, in my head, I was like, we've all been there. Let's be honest. Where we're so down, especially with financial burdens when you know that there's a purpose or there's something, you're yearning for something to do more, to give more. Thank you so much for giving us that vulnerable example. Not everybody would share it. So I really, really appreciate your sharing. And I know we're in a safe place before, and there will be no fear. So please, a round of applause for Victor for giving us a powerful, info session. Please, let's show some love. Thank you all so much. Thank you. If you missed joining us, this is the Awakening Summit on today being World Mental Health Day, and our theme for today is Unite. So please, wherever you're joining us, if it's your first time joining us, or you're just joining us for just a few minutes, please let us know where you're joining us from. And let's keep this conversation going. Thank you so much. Victor, that was a good one. Thank you. So we're going to take another reflective moment, right? We've had two powerful speakers, and trust me, we're just getting started, right? So let's take a break to reflect. What have we learned, right? We're not just scrolling our phones or our laptop or being distracted. Yes, I know a lot of us are in the offices or whatever, but share, learn, right? We can't speak to mental health enough. We can't speak on it enough, right? We don't see it, but we can have a conversation around it about well-being, about how we feel, about what is going on in our minds, especially we HR. And yes, I'm in the field of HR. And people always say, oh, you're a very mindful person. You're very mindful. You're very cordial. You're very this. And that's because I have been there. I'm still there. I won't say yes, I'm not distressed. However, I've been there, so I understand, especially those who are seeking employment opportunities, wherever stage that you are, right? The economy is not so friendly. However, how do you then take control, right? Internalize what your emotion is, define it. What can you do about it? Reflect on it, right? So for the next few minutes, we have to run, we have to dive into the next session, but I want us to I'll be taking this 60 minutes mindfulness moments with us, and I hope everybody gets to participate, right? I said 60 minutes, 60 seconds, few minutes, let's say 3 minutes, right? Where we're going to just be mindful of our environment. Let us take a few minutes to look at our environment, right? Are you comfortable where you're seated? And if you're standing, if you're on the go, that is fine and you're listening, no problem. However, if you're here, wherever you are, just have a comfortable place, right? And close your eyes. Then ask yourself, what message have I heard today that I want to hold on wholeheartedly to? What message you think that you want to hold on to? Think about it. I'm just going to give us a few seconds to reflect. Whilst you close your eye, I know not everybody can close their eyes, even in churches, and they say close your eyes and pray. I deviate, but let's come back. Just close your eyes, reflect where you are. And please make sure you're in a safe place, not in a place that's going to cause disorderness. Just close your eyes. We're going to take a few minutes to do this breathing exercise. So breathe in and internally count 1, 2, 5. Breathe out. Breathe in. When you breathe in, say 1 or 2 affirmation that comes to mind. I am strong. I am healthy. I am at peace. And when you exhale, when you breathe out, I let go of any burden of the mind. I let go of the stresses of the mind. Breathe in. Keep doing it. We'll do it for the next few seconds. I hope everybody's participating. Breathe in. Few affirmation. You can pick 1 or 2, and then breathe out. And let it all go. Let it go. The worries, the anxiety, just let it all go. Let it all go. Breathe in. Doing it. Don't wait for me to say breathe in. 1 or 2 affirmations. Breathe out. And gently open your eyes. I hope you feel that relaxing moment just to savor the moments, just to exist in this time and space. And if you're willing, write on the chat, what was the affirmation? What did you breathe in? What did you breathe out? So that everyone else can learn. I have already mentioned what came to mind. I let go of anxiety because I've had a lot. The network has not been good. Just here, I had already called a couple of people to just encourage me. So you need to have that support system. So carry that with you. Carry the positivity with you. We have only 1 minute. Let us go ahead and hydrate. Stretch if you need to stretch. Oh my God, stretch. And we will be back in the next 1 minute for our third speaker. And trust me, this one is going to challenge our reasoning, right? The best way possible. So please, 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 1 minute, stretch. And please do not forget, send this link to your friends and family. And don't forget to follow Mindsplace and the Awakening Initiative. We are the ones bringing you this. And I must say, as the convener, I know they've said I should not apologize, but I think a couple of people had gone to the location. Unfortunately, we couldn't have the physical session this year, but I know that this will be more impactful. And the only option was probably that was not even an option. So it's best we still carry on, we move. And like I tell people, you have to learn to adjust, adapt, right? Accept the situation, adjust, adapt, and just do. So we have a few seconds and we will start now. The next conversation, right, is going to require us to hold space for complexity. And that is okay, I must say. For many of us, our faith is the foundation of our being. That's all right, absolutely. It is where our hope, our community, our purpose comes from. And that also is good because that is how we should be. But what happens when every teaching meant to uplift us now becomes the struggle we are battling with? And like I say, mental health is being healthy in your physical, your well-being, is being healthy in your physical, mental, that's psychological, emotional, and I always put the fourth one, which most people don't put, spiritual well-being. Those 4 things are what comprises your well-being as a human. So our next speaker is a powerful voice, an author, a very good friend, an amazing person. She smiles a lot. She is courageously exploring the intersection of faith and mental health and the beautiful and the broken parts of it, I must say. And trust me, we're not attacking any religious background or religious belief or anything. It's about making space for both our faith and our wellness existence to coexist, to flourish, right? To unite them, I must say, together. So please, we will be welcoming the rollout for Efe Obioma. 1 sec for the video. Okay. Uh-oh. Efe, apologies, I've not let you. Here we go. Here she is. Can you see the smile? I told you guys. Woo! It's gonna be a great session. Okay. So do you have your slide? Are you speaking out of a slide?
Yes, I do.
I can't hear you. Oh,
yes,
you
I do.
Please.
do
Have
that
you
now.
loaded it?
No, I
Yes, please
haven't.
do
I'm
that.
waiting
Thank
for
you.
your.
Yeah, we just want to get that ready so that once we play the video, you just start in. All right, beautiful. We've got...
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and introduce you. Okay.
Next speaker is Afe Obioma. Afe Obioma, relations expert, marketing strategist, and writer who advocates for women's well-being, growth, and transformation. Over 2 decades of experience spanning corporate communications, brand management, and stakeholder engagement, she brings a rare blend of strategic emotional intelligence to every platform she graces. Telecoms and media executive turned creative entrepreneur, Afe is the founder of Brands, a boutique PR firm that builds forward-thinking brands and helps organizational leaders and crews find their voice. Her work has been featured in major national newspapers such as The Guardian and Business Day, where her recent book, The Unfettered Woman, was praised of meditation on identity and womanhood. As well as a bold reimagining of power, identity, and liberation, Afe is deeply passionate about the intersection of culture, religious belief, and mental wellness. Known for her authenticity, warmth, and thought-provoking storytelling, Afe Obioma is a voice for our times. Today, she invites us to explore how religious teachings can both support and sabotage mental health. With clapping emoji in the comments section, please welcome Afe.
Okay, one sec. There's a bit of lag, and there you go. Thank you so much, Afe. Over to you.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope that you all can hear me
clearly.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I will be speaking on. Can you still see my slides?
Yes, we can. Maybe you want to put it on presentation mode.
Okay. All right.
There we go.
Thank you very much for having me, Eniola. Thank you so much for this opportunity. As Eniola said, we've become very good friends. We haven't known each other for that long, but we've become very, very good friends. And she's been very supportive of me and I in my own way. What I like to say about Eniola is that she's a woman who is as passionate about mental health as she is her faith. And so when she gave me this opportunity to speak, I thought it was really apt. I also want to thank all the speakers, the 2 speakers that went before me, because they've laid a very good foundation for me. I think key from Mary Ayuba's presentation when she talked about some of the things that we shy away from, like saying, don't say that you are mentally ill, whereas the Bible is full of scriptures that speak to mental health. And then again, I like the issue of stigma and cultural beliefs, which Victor spoke about. And so for my own session, I will be touching on those aspects as well. So before I start, though, a quick caveat. That's the picture of my book. We had promised to give out 50 copies. So Eniola, we'll figure out how that happens now that the session is virtual, but we're still committed to doing that for as many people that are available in Lagos to pick up copies. And then, as I said, some quick caveats. I am a Christian. My book is Christian-based. And so in referencing some examples that we can draw on, I will mention a few Bible verses. So for people who are of other faiths, please bear with me. I'm just going to talk about things that relate to the topic of mental well-being. All right. Before I begin, a quick story. Mary also mentioned that it's important that we guard and protect those who share their experiences with us as counselor. I'm not a counselor though, but I found that having written this book, people are sharing their testimonials, they're coming to me and telling their own stories. And a lot of the testimonials I have shared on social media. For those that follow me on LinkedIn and Instagram, I've been sharing weekly, and they've been very positive, very encouraging. But I like to start today by sharing just one story of someone who I hadn't shared their testimonial. She said to me that the book gave her the courage to speak up about how she had been, treated in church, right? So this is a married woman with children, but they said her star wasn't shining. And so she was dragged to church and she was beaten with brooms by several people. And she had been traumatized by that experience for a very, very long time until she read my book. And so now she's speaking up. And so that is how sometimes religion can sabotage mental health. And for today's theme, which is Unite25, community supporting well-being in crisis and beyond, we recognize that as Africans, our communities include our family, our immediate family, our extended family, our friends, our peers, our colleagues, and then religious places of worship or institutions. These are very key communities that we rely on as Africans. And so in discussing this theme, I'm going to really lean on how religious teachings can both support and sabotage mental health. As I said, I'm going to use a lot of examples from churches and Christianity from the African perspective, because that's what my book does. My book is a collection of short stories. It's 12 short stories about specifically Nigerian Christian teaching. So some of the things that you see in the book, people who are Christians in America, for instance, would not even understand what we're talking about, because those things are not even biblical, so to speak. And so the book is about 12 women. The main characters are women, all women, single, married, navigating life's issues, but somewhere along their journey in life, the loss of a spouse, barrenness, singleness, a breakup, stagnation in their jobs, they come across two sets of people. One person is either a naysayer who is saying to them that their problem is spiritual, and the other person is who I like to call the life giver, who essentially gives them their lives back. And then for some characters on their own, they just decide that they are going to search out the truth, and then they're made free. And so the title of the book is The Unfettered Woman, the idea of a woman who is free from all of the limitations that religion can place on you. And so I explore things like mental health and mental well-being among domestic violence and abuse and such other topics. So that's the focus of my presentation. So let's now begin with the downside, which is really, really strong when religion can sabotage mental health. As I've said, you have a lot of wrong doctrines. From the Christian point of view, you have plenty churches who are not actually teaching the truth of the Bible, and there are misinterpretations of certain scriptures. I mean, I was driving to a meeting yesterday and I was listening to the radio on my way, and somebody quoted a scripture. He was talking about a TV series that they're launching on Monday, and was talking about his character. His character is a gigolo. And then he used a Bible verse that said, the violent take it by force. And I began to laugh. And I was like, there you go again. Somebody else who has used the Bible in the wrong context. And so this happens a lot among religious circles. For instance, in the book, I talk about something that you hear in some doctrines called faulty family foundation. What exactly does that mean? They tell you that maybe you're stagnated on your job, in your career, because your family foundation is faulty. Maybe your ancestors entered into some covenants that you're not aware of, and that's what's haunting you now, that you cannot get a job. We have the issue of barrenness. So somebody has been in a marriage for years, and sometimes they tell you that there's barrenness in your family, and then they try to use scriptures, misinterpret the Bible to convince you that you're under a curse. And so you find people going for deliverance sessions from one church to the other, deliverance upon deliverance. And in some of those churches, they're made to give certain offerings. They are made to go to their ancestral family compounds to perform some rituals, which are really not biblical. We also have the issue of delay in marriage for people like myself who are single, whereby sometimes it might just have been due to wrong choices, right? But sometimes you're told that it is because there is a spiritual problem that's why you're not married. And then there's something they call stolen glory, essentially saying that your star is not shining, you're not prospering, maybe because of sin, maybe because of the negligence of your parents spiritually, that they are not spiritually awakened enough. And so the enemy has stolen your glory. And so these are some of the things that I cover in the book that I try to correct using the Bible. And what happens is that when people are in this situation, they then begin to experience fear, right? They experience fear. They experience fear is anxiety. They feel condemned. They feel ashamed. And then it begins to, as Victor said, these things create stigma. The misconceptions then begin to affect their mental well-being. And so, as I've said, we have the root cause from a religious point of view being ignorance on both the part of the clerics, those who are teaching, and even the congregation themselves. But even the Bible says that, there's this thing we say in Nigeria, that if you want to hide the truth from Nigerians or information from them, put it in a book. The Bible says to you that you should look for wisdom, get wisdom. You say wisdom is the principal thing, like the most important thing. Therefore, get wisdom. And with all you're getting, so with all your financial possessions, your material possessions, make sure that you get understanding. We also have things like cultural beliefs where they say, oh, respect your elders. Don't ask questions or challenge the teachings of your pastors or whoever is teaching you. I don't know if you've heard the saying, touch not my anointed, also to my prophets do no harm, misquoted again wrongly in that context, where if you realize that even that scripture does not speak to pastors, as a Christian, that scripture speaks to every Christian, because all Christians are the anointed of God. And so we know that the major cause from a religious point of view is ignorance, both on the part of those who are teaching and on the part of those who are being taught. And so wisdom then becomes an important solution in dealing with how religion sabotages mental well-being. So I've already started introducing the support systems. When someone loses a spouse, for instance, how should they behave? Are they not allowed to grieve? You hear some teachings that say things like God gives and God takes. You cannot question God. These verses are actually spoken from a point of trying to encourage you and trying to strengthen you. But at the end of the day, for a lot of people, they are discouragement. And because when we even use those verses, you need to ask yourself, who even said this in the Bible? Was it God himself that said you should not grieve? Because in the Bible, it also says that it is better to go to the house of grieving than to the house, So he also says that we should celebrate with those who celebrate and grieve with those who grieve. And so God is not against grieving, right? And so getting our doctrine right is extremely important. Now, heartbreak. We've talked about how some people are considered weak because the way I handle heartbreak versus the way another person does is different. But you cannot tell me how to grieve. You cannot tell me how to react when I have been in a relationship with somebody for 10 years and he suddenly breaks up with me because a pastor told his mother that my glory has been stolen. It will take some time to rationalize that as a human being. When people lose their jobs, there's a lot of guilt and condemnation that comes with that. I can also speak about this from a great deal for someone who was doing very well in my career, working in a very popular organization. And then I left there because I wanted to grow, and I went to a startup, and the startup closed down in 2.5 years. And so at that point, there was nothing I was not told. Oh, if you had known, you'd have stayed where you were. Are you really sure that, that there isn't something going against you? Oh, the only thing that you really had going for you, the enemy has taken. Were you complacent? So you now begin to get into a space of grief. Oh, had I known, really I should have stayed where I was. Oh, what did I do wrong that I lost my job, and things like that. And so we don't want to make people feel condemned when they're actually looking for support. In such situations, what we offer them should be faith, it should be hope, it should be love, and not make them afraid, not condemn them, not make them ashamed in that state of emotional pain. So these are very critical from a religious point of view, where you are now over religious, and then you forget that even the religion that you preach, the foundation of it is faith. As if for Christians, it says faith, hope, and love. And how do we then nurture mental wellness? Using religion, community belonging, opportunities to share, coming together, sharing stories. So like someone said to me, one of my readers said that she read the book and her mom read the book after she did. And then her mom happens to be responsible for the singles fellowship in their church. And so her mom is now using the book in those singles meetings. And I thought that was so phenomenal, because storytelling can be very therapeutic. We don't really have that culture where we have, like, abroad, where they have associations like the Alcoholic Anonymous. I don't know if they have ones for well-being, mental health, and mental well-being, or we don't really have that culture of going to see therapists. But within our religious communities, we have groups for men, we have groups for women, we have groups for singles, we have groups for widows. So where we share, and where people are not even willing to share, can you even pick up a story and say, well, these stories are not real, these stories are fictional stories, but these are stories that are relatable because they touch on life's issues. Can we use that and then connect it to faith? Because as I do in the book, is where there is a problem, there is also like some Bible verse that you can lean on to see what the Bible actually says about your situation. So as I said, teaching hope and resilience is important, right? So don't say that people are spiritually weak because they are grieving, because they are heartbroken, because they lost their job. Some people will say, oh, while men slept, the enemy came and stole. It's because you are a lazy Christian. That's why why is it that it's only you that they sacked? Why didn't they sack this other person? So we don't want to use those kinds of teachings, but we want to rather, when people are dealing with mental well-being, we want to emphasize the Bible verses that actually teach hope. There's this particular one that I like so much. It says that no temptation has overtaken you that is not common to man. God is faithful, and he will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. But with temptation, he will also provide the way of escape, that you'll be able to endure it. So essentially, whatever is, like they said, nothing is new under the sun, right? This is what this Bible verse is saying. They're saying that you've lost a husband. There's somebody else that has lost a husband. And the key part of that scripture is what we believe as Christians, is that sometimes some things happen to you. Not everybody can take it. In this lifetime, like my aunt who passed away last year, it was just something that we all said. This woman buried 2 children in her lifetime, buried her husband in her lifetime. She wasn't hearing on one ear. She had diabetes and high blood pressure, but she lived to 79. And my sister, everybody said the same thing. There was nobody that I knew on earth that was as warm and as welcoming as this woman. And she was forever smiling. So people go through things. And so when we have our communities, you have a young widow. You want to pair that kind of young widow with an older widow like my aunt, who has been through so much, but by the grace of God was able to, overcome it and has bounced back and is living. So we want to teach hope and resilience rather than condemn people and calling them spiritually weak. Affirmations, I love this one. Eniola does affirmations every Monday. Like, you can even have daily affirmations. And the Bible is full of affirmations. And so it's one of the techniques that I also use in the book. For instance, I have a character in the book who had an accident. And so his fiancée then begins to encourage him using scriptures, because he's in the hospital, his bones are broken, and he needs to heal. But because he's not healing, he's slipping into a depression, so to speak. And then so she then reminds him that the Bible says that a merry heart does good like medicine, but a broken spirit, which essentially is a depressed spirit, leads to dry bones. So by being depressed, you're not even helping yourself. And there's so many when it comes to mental health. There's so many where it says like this morning, I just kept saying to myself, I got a message before the session started, and I was like, oh, this is not happening now. Like 30 minutes on, I just kept saying to myself, like Eniola made us do, I just kept taking deep breaths, and I kept saying, guard your heart with all diligence. Guard your heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. And then I felt better because I didn't want to come into this session looking stressed or feeling stressed. And so there are so many examples of, we don't naturally call them affirmations as Christians, but again, as Maria Yuba said, the Bible is full of them for whatever condition you're going through, whether you've lost your job, whether you're lost your spouse, whether you're not feeling well. The Bible is full of positive messages. So if you didn't see them before as affirmations, please, you need to then begin to see them as those. What can you lean on? What can you lean on? The whole idea of this session is, as we said, is to honor our faith while we talk about mental well-being. And so again, if you're not a Christian, whatever your faith is, in your book, I'm sure that there's something positive that you can lean on in dealing with stress and those stressors when they appear. Therapy and medication. For me, this one is very important because, again, going back to what Mary said in her presentation, a lot of people say, I don't have mental health, right? We all do. And then some people say you're spiritually weak when you admit that you're dealing with a challenge, when you admit that you're stressed out. No, I disagree. They say that high blood pressure is a silent killer. So can depression. So can depression be. And when people have high blood pressure, we'd say to them, well, while you are praying, while you are confessing that you are healed, you are the healed of the Lord, stop taking your medication until your doctor says it is safe to do so. So why don't we begin to now also see depression as a silent killer, that if people have been clinically diagnosed and are placed on medication, we want to encourage them to say, please take your medication while you confess that God has not given you a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. We want to do that. We want to stop stigmatizing people who have been clinically diagnosed, and we want to see faith and therapy as complementary and not enemies. Challenging, okay, I think, did I repeat this slide? Okay, there's a bit of a repetition here. Challenging harmful norms. The focus of this was supposed to talk about harmful cultural norms, and then some that are maybe religious. For instance, telling people to suppress their real emotions. Men do not cry. The Bible says that Jesus wept. You cannot question God during grief. That's not entirely true. We have a lot of people who essentially ask God why in the Bible. For instance, if you read the Psalms in the Bible a lot, David a lot of the time begins by asking God why. And then at the end of the day, he then retraces his steps, and he always will end up maybe praising God and acknowledging that God is with him. So we want to challenge those kinds of spiritual norms or religious harmful norms. We want to also challenge norms that suppress things like abuse and say, don't leave the marriage because God hates divorce. You want to challenge those beliefs. I don't know how many people saw the news a couple of days ago about the army officer, I believe a lieutenant in Akwa Ibom, who just 5 months into his marriage. Now, we don't know what the story is, but there's essential story. When it broke initially, they said it was his wife who set him ablaze. Yesterday, there was some other report that said that there's an audio message circulating suggesting that it was an accident. But the point of the matter is, from what we've gathered so far, what's been reported so far, there was fuel poured in the vicinity. Somebody struck a match, and the officer basically was badly injured and then succumbed to his burn wounds. So if it is getting to the point where you want to kill somebody, I don't believe that God wants you to kill somebody. He would rather you separate from that person than stay in a marriage and become a murderer, because what has happened in that situation now is 2 lives have been destroyed. 1 person has died. The other person will probably spend some years in prison, right? If that person is found guilty. That is really not the will of God for anybody. And so when we talk about things like God hates divorce, we need to also read that in the context in which it was spoken in the Bible. And then some things are not a general rule that apply to every individual. that particular verse was written to certain people in the Bible. And so challenging those norms becomes really, really, really important in how we support mental well-being. And so my call to action really is that we should unite as communities of faith and compassion. As I said, faith, the Bible says faith, hope, and love. But of these three, love is the greatest. And love essentially is compassion. We've got to see mental health the same way we see physical health, and we need to be compassionate. We must challenge ignorance with wisdom, which is entirely what I do with the 12 stories in my book. Challenge ignorance with wisdom. And rather than shame people, can we learn to show them grace, which is also love, which is also being merciful, which is also being kind, which is really the true nature of God. And then can we encourage people to speak up? We replace the truth with silence. I mean, I'm thinking about a situation where, again, going back to my last example, where people go for marriage counseling. I think part of what they need to include in the marriage counseling curriculum, I haven't attended, but I don't know that if they include things like mental health, mental well-being, I think that would be fantastic. If they don't, I think that the church needs to begin to do that. Because, for instance, when sickle cell became a major issue, the church began to encourage couples, before you get married, can you do your genotype testing, so that when both of you are AA, you understand what the implications are. That sickle cell, it means that you have the potential to birth children with sickle cell disorder. And this is how it can harm you. It can lead to the death of children. Will you be able to go through that burden? So I think that we need to now also really talk about mental health seriously in our religious circles. And then, as I said, avoid condemnation and show love. So that's all for me from now. Thank you very much for your attention. Let's continue to care for our mental health and support one another. And if you would like to connect with me on social media, on all my social media platforms, I am Eflucia, spelled as EFLUCIA. And this, again, is the copy of the book. If you'd like to get a copy, I'm sure Eniola would discuss the modalities of how that happens. But the 50 copies are still available for those who'd like a copy. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Eniola? Hello? Is Eniola still there, please?
Because I was trying to upload a presentation, but it's okay. I did see that it was back, but I can't see her anymore. Oh, okay, there she is.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Ma?
Yes, please. Go ahead, Lumi. Okay, so I think she's still having difficulties. We move. Efe, that was phenomenal. Thank you so much. Thank you. I encourage everyone, please follow her. She has wealth of knowledge. Oh my God. Thank you for your courage. This conversation, like I said at the beginning, it's not going to be an easy one. I'm sure everybody's thinking and reflecting on everything that she has said, right? So please, in the chat box, please, a round of applause for our speaker, Efe Obioma. Thank you. She's such an amazing human being, an amazing friend, very intentional. You have no idea how she was and I'm going to come in my closing speech, all my support system. You know each other, you know yourselves, right? Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was a necessary conversation. And like she said, I am a person of faith. And I said, you know what? Part of our challenge is even this whole faith side of things, our doctrines with mixed culture and faith together, that we do not even know how to dissect. We don't know what is true from what is not, right? You've shown us that we realistically do not have to choose between faith and our well-being, our mental well-being. We can hold both. However, knowledge is power. What exactly does the your faith speak about your spirituality, if I must say? And I hope I'm right, Effie. So thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. That was a powerful session. I loved every bit. And if you loved it as much as I did, please put in the comment section. I want to see hands. Oh yes, I see here. Thank you very much for the presentation. Great job. Kudos. Fantastic. Thank you, Effie. God bless you. Oh, round of applause. I see a lot of, I want to do a bit of shout out as the convener, right? I have a lot of my mommies on the online with us. I see Mommy Remy Alauton. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you for joining us. I see my mom. She's right here physically and virtually. Thank you so much. I see my dad. Oh, Mr. Chunda Bello, God bless you. Thank you all. And thank you, my sister. I see her, Bella Africana, shout out. I see my brother-in-law. In love. Oh, he's such an amazing human being. Oh, God. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. So please, remember we said we should shout out to some people. We should share. So please do your shout outs as well. Why not? I have the veto power, so I could call out people. Thank you so much. I see a lot of my mommies. Oh, I don't want to say Mommy Lara, but Mommy Lara, as she's fondly called. I see you. Thank you so much. All my friends and family, God bless you. Thank you for being a great support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to see more comments rolling on this great and fantastic session. So we will be going on. I don't know. Is our moderator back? Can she speak?
Yeah, I'm back, ma. Can you hear me, ma?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Finally. It's so good to be back, anyways. And so far we've had our different speakers. We have Maria Yuba, we had Efe Obioma, we had Victor Eima, and sincerely we really appreciate. And in fact, with the comment section, we can see that everybody has been participating, everybody has been sharing. Like, it's really, it has been really amazing. Okay, so right now we are moving to the next thing on our agenda, which is the ACT exhibition by Ebika. I'm so sorry if I don't if I can't pronounce the name correctly. I'm so sorry, but yeah, we are moving to that right now. Who is an act therapist? I'm right, yeah. He's an act therapist, and is going to be sharing with us, like I said earlier, the founder said some words earlier about action. We taking action, we being aware, and we having access. So right now we are having a art therapist who is also here to give us some awareness in the arts part and every other thing that concerns why we are here. So I think to the media, can we have Ebika's profile?
Oh, so Ebuka will just be going ahead and telling us about, see, he's here as one of our exhibitors. So like I said, we're meant to have this physically, but we're not apologizing anymore because we had to adapt to our realities, right? So he was going to be one of the amazing exhibitors. Unfortunately, a lot of them opted to just join us virtually and not talk about their services, but he said no, he would go ahead and talk about what he does and who he is. So please, in the chat comments, please welcome art therapist for today. Please go ahead.
Hi, Eniola, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay,
Please
wonderful,
go ahead.
wonderful. So the whole idea about art therapy is not very common. It's not popular in Nigeria. There's no body for art therapy specifically in Nigeria, but there's art in medicine, put it that way. So the whole idea is centered on one principle or one law. It's called Hebb's law, and it says something like this. It says neurons are wired together. Neurons are out of sync, are out of link, right? And that's what Mary was saying. I rephrase what Mary said. She said, when we heal together, we grow together. You can relate that to the brain, right? If the brain heals together, it grows together. You can actually form more neurons. And then the Lord said, learn, and relearn, right? So those things taken together form the basis of art therapy. And fine art is holistically, it incorporates about six or even more areas of the brain. You have things like obviously the visual cortex. You have the campus. Those areas of the brain, they have to work together so that you move from just the form presentation to meaning and interpretation of your art, as well as the amygdala, which helps you to your emotional response to the art. So all those things, they really work together. In fact, I studied medicine for a diploma. I was really told something like this. I was told medicine is an art, right? Medicine is an art. And then when I studied fine art, the saying was, fine art is a science. It's a science. So those two things are related. And then the center impulse, if you like, is art therapy. One is the sciences with the arts, specifically psychology as well as neuroscience. Those things are they will really come together so that you can produce a piece. So, for example, if a patient is ill, maybe drugs or something like that, like all the speakers have said, it's very common to have mental, disability somewhat. I think it's about 1 to 4 in Lagos. So if you appreciate art, you can apply to yourself. Just to even view it has a kind of relaxing effect on the brain and the whole body in response, right? Your dopamine, your serotonin, neurons work together for when you view a particular piece of art, strong emotional response. Even the colors, right? All the colors of the rainbow, in the violet, I believe, are all involved. They're all healing colors. So that's a governing principle of art therapy. It's very simple. It's just to learn and relearn. So if you have a problem with the part of the brain, you use other areas that are in sync with that part of the brain, and then it helps to heal that part of the brain, so to speak. So you see, learn and relearn is very useful. Very useful. And most people in Nigeria perhaps don't know that they actually like art. Most people will not like art, but incidentally, if they come across your work, wonderful. They always appreciate it. So that's the governing principle. Okay, so what we want to do now is to, put that in practice. We want to put that in practice. So we want everyone, everyone listening, online, to try to work something out, right? So there's a link I will give. I think Eniola can help with the link. Sketch.io. If you can help me with sketch.io stroke sketchpad / sketchpad. I don't know. I would have written it somewhere on my in the comment. Okay, so https colon / right? You know what that means, and then sketch sketch.io / sketchpad .io. .io indigo orange. and then forward slash sketchpad. That is SKETCH, then pad, PAD, then forward slash. Right. So that's a link. It should take you. Okay, wonderful. I can see someone. You got it. You got it down.
Has someone dropped the link already?
Not really. I can see it's quite small. I'm on my phone. But all the same, if you
https://
yeah.
Don't worry, we've got it.
Okay.
Wonderful. So please, I want everyone to key into that link, and then there's a feather. It's very simple application to use. There's a feather button. Just click the feather button. You see the options there to draw lines and to just draw something that we would like you to draw something that that your support system that way, your support system. So if you can't really draw a good art piece, no problem. You can use stick figures. So the people, places, or things that help you feel supported, right? So we want to participate.
Do you want to do a presentation on this so people can see? What do you think?
I don't think I can.
Okay.
I tried to presentation, right? I see. I can see the presentation button.
Put it on the system so everyone can see. That's the link he's talking about. Please go ahead. Apologies.
All right. So please key into that link and then just draw. What we want you to do is to sketch people, places, or things that help you feel supported, right? You can use stick diagrams or whatever you feel comfortable with. Doesn't matter the level of your art experience or expertise. Just do that so that we can maybe we'll do that in 7 minutes, and then we'll come together and you can tag Mindplace on it, and then we can, obviously the panel of judges can help talk about them if need be. Okay, so I hope that's okay. So I'll be quiet so you can key into that sketch.io / sketchpad / you should be able to access the the application, and it's free to use. Don't worry, it's free to use.
Are we to draw? Sorry.
Yeah, you say something that's about the people, places, or things that make you feel supported as a person, in the community, because we're social beings, So people, places, or things that help you feel supported. You can produce a sketch of very simply. If it's simple, no problem. If you use just lines, no problem. Just something to represent and help you to unload, so to speak. The people that help you to unload, the things that help you unload, or the places that help you unload. So that'll be quite useful. Yeah. I'm drawing my own figure, and I'm not using the same device as my phone, so I can't really show you. By the way, I will tag again. Um, you know, um, so you see that there's a pencil button. You have the normal pencil, and then you have other options. Pencil that can color dodge, lighting, and things like that. Then you have the autofill for colors, and then the far left of your screen. So we want you to make a sketch of people, places. For example, I can do a sketch of my parents who are 8 at support system, and don't worry. When I tag the group, you can see my own support system. So I'm drawing both parents as my support system, my aged parents, and there's a love sign in the middle. So we'd love to see your own take on this. And then the colors are important. Like I said, there are 6 healing colors. Red is a healing color. It's like if you take a drive around us and you have very calming paintings, it will very much help in to calm you down, make you more healthy mentally than if you were to see, violence on the street and things like that. That has a kind of different outlook to things. So like I said, the healing colors are red, orange, yellow, blue, indigo. One more, yellow. Did I mention yellow? Blue, indigo. Yeah. I think there's 7 colors of the rainbow. But anyway, all the colors of the rainbow are healing colors apart from the last one, which is violet. So it's all healing colors. How far are we done now? How far are we gone?
I think another easier method which I used was there's a shape that one can choose from. So if able to draw, they can choose the shape, right? Or the shapes that best resonates with them. Apologies, my video is not on. You understand?
Yeah.
And then put it to it. So I've tried to create something. If you don't mind, I can share.
Please do.
And I put a text as well.
Yeah.
So let's see. Don't laugh, or nobody laugh at me.
In fact, if
when you
turn my camera around,
I tried to draw something, and this is what I came up with. I am grateful for you, for each and everyone there. This is meant to be me being grateful for all the stars and great people here and sending so much love to them individually. So yes, this is
wonderful.
my own interpretation of how I feel right now. So everybody
Wonderful.
understands the concept of what we're trying to do. I'll stop sharing now. All
Wonderful.
right.
if you are like me, you do something select. So let's say I show you my screen. You see, I don't know if you can see that. That's something very,
yes, we can
something
see
very
it.
simple.
Something like family, almost like my own
Very simple,
passive
right?
interpretation, right?
Yeah,
Fantastic,
very simple.
fantastic. All right, please feel free to explore this platform, right? And send to Mindspace. We can post it if you want.
Yeah, tag my
If you
place,
don't,
my
that
place
is fine.
rather.
Yeah. So you can use, like I said, just like I did, you can use the art. That's the shape, to create a shape, star, love. There are different, and you can just write something, right, and share it with us. Over to you. Do you want to conclude this? Or
All right. So again, I don't know if how many we have all completed our diagrams, right? Is it okay? Is it okay? So like we were saying, art is very very lucrative, right? It's a lucrative way of expressing myself. I can take you around my facility. I can show you some of the paintings I did with patients, even as part of um, my own space. So anyway, again, art is a very good way of wellness, a good way of getting well in terms of mental health. Good way to express oneself too. Okay.
okay, is that all?
Yeah, sure.
You're done. All right.
So
Thank you.
post your work for all have a better feel of the whole process.
Okay.
Okay, all right. I believe that's the end of the exhibition, right?
Yeah.
From AB Kaboe. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you
Ebika,
so
thank you
much.
so much.
All
Really
right.
incredible.
All
That was
right.
fantastic.
Okay. Bye bye.
You don't that healing doesn't always need words, and sometimes we just need permission for us to create. And we've actually created enough designs already. Thank you so much. Okay, so right now we want to take a 5 minutes break. Yeah. And before we take that break, I think we should do these activities, this little activity probably in the comment section. I just want us to I want to be sure that everybody here, we are all on the same page. So I'll, for example, the host here, and I'm here as a learner. Let me say, I'm here as a learner, and I'm also here as an advocate. So we can actually do that in the comment section by telling us what you are here. Probably you are a professional advocate, you are a digital person. Just put it in the comment section for us to see right there in the comment section. So our 5 minute break start now. Should we do that? Yes. Please, I want us to drop that in the comment section while we are having our break as well.
Is he still talking? Okay, well, everybody, we had a good session. But before we go, I just wanted to talk about the representations, right? So you see here today, I'm wearing the badge for what mental health represents, the day represents, right? We represents green. Green represents number one, good luck. It represents good luck. It represents vitality. It represents, that's why you see, and the song that comes to mind is that the land is green. Oh, everything is green. It represents peace. And that's why if you see on the traffic button, when it's green, what does it say? It says, go and achieve great things, go in peace, go in serenity, right? Go in growth. Green represents growth. That's why you see in our logo, we have green and we have blue. Blue has to do with power, blue has to do with security, blue has to do with loyalty, blue has to do with success. So the combination, and that's who we are. Our logo represents green and blue, which has to do with mental health and the power, the strength that we have. Hence why we're here, united together. Right. So I think our 5 minutes is up so that we can get rolling, and we don't take too much time. So we're heading straight to the panel session. We've talked about so many things. So now is the time for us to ask deep questions, have collective perspective to things, to all our, and you would agree with me that each and every one of them have their different powerful voices, right? So it's about working towards building a system, a call to action where all voices can come together and have and shed light to the conversation, the topic for today. So with us, with this in mind, I will be inviting all our speakers. Please get ready. Mary, where are you? Need to join. And this can only be done by my dearest friend. My name is Modupe Oluwaseun Ogungbe. Passionate, and when I say passionate, she's quite passionate about mental wellness. She's been a solid rock. Oh my God, she's been one of my support system. You have no idea how much she supported me towards this event, both virtually. It took a lot for us to convert this into a digital platform for this year's edition, right? But she's such an amazing person. She's in the human rights section. She is in the legal section. She's in the environmental section, social impact section. She's all in one. Sustainability. You would hear it and see it in her passion. Oh my God, she's such an amazing person, right? So I welcome each and every one of us one more time. If you missed the introductory part of this session, this event, my name is Eniela and I'm the convener. We've had conversations for the past 3 hours and we will be rounding up soon. You've joined the panel session and we will be taking it now with Modupe moderating this conversation. Modupe, the floor is yours. Thank you. Hi, Modupe. Modupe Efe Victor, are you there?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Oh, please. You're welcome back. We're going to have a panel
turn on
session.
our cameras. Yes, I've been
Oh,
here.
yes. Please turn on
I
the
even took
camera.
part in the last exercise. I just didn't know how to share it. But
What's that?
I said I even took part in the last exercise. I just didn't know how to share it.
Oh, yes. Mindspace.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry, can you guys hear me? Because I'm not really sure. I'm having like some technical issues from my side. Am I
But we
audible
can't
enough?
see your lovely face. We can hear you,
I
but we
can't hear
can't see your
anything. I can actually hear. So I reckon you guys can hear me, but I can't hear anybody.
Oh, we can hear you clearly. Can you hear us now? Hi, Mary. We can't see your face. Hi. Were you hiding your beautiful face from?
I'm still here. I've been here.
See me, I don't even know why my video is not coming on now. Can you see me?
Oh yeah, we can.
Oh, I can't see myself. Oh, now there I am. And if there's something I do for my wellness, I love to look at myself in the mirror. I love it. I love it. And when I was young, right, you know what they used to know me as? I don't dance until I see my reflection dancing. So that's how much I love to see myself doing things. So yes, welcome. Moduko is having technical issues, and I don't want us to take much time. 3 minutes. Okay, so she said I should give her 3 minutes, and we will log in. Let me see. Should I do a quick activity? All right. Let's see. Is she back? Let me quickly check. And so I've been seeing all the comments. We've not been able to really read out the comments. It's okay. We see you. We love you. We thank you for joining us. Okay, I might just have to. There she is. Add to the stream.
Hello.
Fingers crossed. Hi, Modupe.
Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. I've been on for like a while, and then all of a sudden, I just couldn't hear anything. I could only hear myself, but I couldn't hear you guys.
We could, funny enough, we could hear you,
Okay.
but it's fine. Please go ahead. The floor is all yours. I hope you heard my introduction.
I did. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. For those that started with us from morning till now, we really appreciate you. Thank you to our panelists. The sessions were beautiful. Like, I gained a lot of knowledge. It was quite insightful. I'm sure we've all had a very good day. And I would like us to keep in mind that time is well spent, and we don't have that much time. So can we keep our answers to about 3 to 5 minutes, if we don't mind, please? I mean, I know you guys have a lot of knowledge to impact on us today, but just let's keep it very succinct. Thank you. So as like a starter, just to start this conversation today, I'd like us to complete the sentence in our own way, whatever we think comes to mind. Community supports well-being best when they. I'm not sure who wants to take the floor now. Should we start with Victor's the only guy here, so can we start with Victor? I'm sorry, I'm not picking on you, but can we start with Victor, please? And if you want me to come again, I can come again. I'm not really sure if you heard me properly.
I think his video is frozen.
Okay. Can we start with Mary, please, since she was our first speaker?
Okay. Okay. Community. Did you say community thrive better? Or community do better or something?
Okay. Community support well-being best when they.
Yeah. Community support well-being best they when they stop pointing accusing fingers and when they open up and accept people with mental health issues and encourage them to own their struggles, be kind to them, empathize with them, and generally help them to be better people, basically.
That was really powerful. Thank you so much, Mary. And Victor, over to you. I'll just come again. Community support well-being best when they.
Stop the stigma.
Period.
Period.
Over to you, Efe. Community support well-being best when they.
Show love, compassion, and acknowledge that mental health is as important as physical health.
Period. Like that was so well put. Thank you so much. A round of applause to our panelists, please. So I'll go to the first set of questions. The first question is going to Mary. Mary, you've spoken powerfully about stigma reduction, but stigma still runs very deep in our families and cultural communities. Can you share a moment when you witnessed, stigma being dismantled, and what made that breakthrough possible? What made it happen? And what can families do to start shifting the conversation, start shifting that narrative on stigma?
Okay, so if I'll give an example, I'm going to say that one instance where I saw stigma being dismantled was when I went for therapy, and I was happy to talk about it with my family members. I'd go
Hey,
for
Mary, you're not so
therapy.
audible.
Uh,
Apologies, Mary. Can you hear me? You're not so
is
audible.
that true?
I don't know if it's from my end
Can you
alone.
hear me?
Your voice is a bit low. It's audible but not
I
very loud.
hear, but not loud.
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Is it okay now? I'm not sure why.
You
I'm
sound
getting
better now. Like yeah.
okay. So maybe I'll just increase my voice, my tone, maybe. So I was saying that one of the instances when I witnessed stigma, maybe being dismantled, sort of, would be I went for therapy myself, and I was happy to talk about it. I was happy to talk about it with my friends and my family members, and no one saw as, oh, we went for therapy. Why are you going for therapy? You know how you tell someone that, oh, you've been to therapy, and then they automatically look at you like, it seems maybe you were going mad or something. Why did you have to go and speak to somebody? And again, because I'm in the mental health space, people just feel like because you know about it, then you don't need therapy. So the fact that I could talk about it and I saw the responses of the people around me, they didn't look at me in some kind of funny way. I think for me that was a good one because it just created enabling space for me to be able to share. Even sometimes when my therapist would give me an assignment and I need to maybe talk to some persons to get some feedback, it was easy for me to do that basically. So that would be it. Then you also asked the second question that you linked to it. You said, how can families? Yeah. Okay.
What can families do to start to shift that conversation?
So I think that what families can do and maybe the public at large is just to be open-minded to mental health conversations. It doesn't necessarily mean that anyone going through mental health challenges or mental health illnesses, maybe going down the drain or something. And we need people to be more open about the conversation and stop seeing it as something that is will I say communicable. Sometimes people treat mental health like communicable diseases, like, oh, if I have mental health illness now, you are going to have it automatically. It doesn't work like that, basically. Yeah, people should be open about it, and of course we should also create safe space for people. Like I said when I was in my presentation, when we have people who are going through mental health challenges, the best thing for us to do is not to push them away. If at all, if you feel like you cannot do anything at all, maybe to help them, please refer them to professionals who can help them. If you know that, oh yeah, you can't say the right things or you are not able to handle it or manage it, make sure you refer them to the appropriate quarters. And I think that's going to make a lot of difference.
Thank you so very much, Mary. Thank you. That was really good. That was a very good one. The next question goes to Ife, and I'll just tie a little bit from what Mary has said regarding people thinking mental health might be something that can be passed on. Your topic was very bold, Ife, and sometimes I think that narrative of it's a spiritual thing that can jump from one person to another comes from how our religious teachings are. And in your own way, in answering this question, can you tell us how religious teachings can both support and sabotage mental health? And for someone that is in the audience who loves their pastor, their faith, they listen to their imam, they listen to their wali, and they're struggling, and they've been told to pray, you're not praying enough, you're not doing enough. How do you help faith leaders become better allies? How do you think they can become better confident and not a source of shame for people that are struggling with their mental health?
Okay, so the truth about it is they need to come to a place of acceptance, right? And I think that one thing that really helps me with even understanding mental health as much as I do now is meeting Eniola. Because it was when I met her that she introduced me to I think that there are 4 levels, if I'm correct. And as Mary said, we all have these issues. So even the pastor, the imam, the wali, they're probably not even aware that they have dealt with some mental health issue, right? So I think for me, it all boils down to understanding. I think I will never forget there's a pyramid that Janela shared with me. And it just really helped me to see that everybody, and even as someone said in the comment section, even children, when they have anxiety about exams. So it is in the everyday issue, in our everyday affairs, in the little things and in the big things. So we don't need to think that when we think mental health is only about going mad, right? Is in the very little thing, is in even being triggered, which our religious leaders, even some of them will say that I quarreled with my wife this morning and I almost thought I would not be able to preach. It could be something as little as that. And so I think that if they even recognize that even they are dealing with this issue, then it will help them to redirect the way they communicate. They communicate with people who are struggling. And then going back again to fundamental religious teachings about love and compassion. I think that that's fundamental to every religion.
Thank you so much. Ife, back to you again. Can you give us an example on how one can integrate faith with mental health support and how that actually looks in practice?
Okay, so I gave an example earlier about affirmations. So it's very important. And so you can search for what speaks to your situation yourself, or you can rely on someone. If there's someone that knows the Bible, like I'm using the Bible, for example, better than you, that you can rely on to say, okay, I'm dealing with this issue practically. And I talk about practically, if you're dealing with it, if you're on medication, keep taking your medication. Maybe you're on antidepressants, keep taking that, and then integrate your religious affirmations, because there are a lot of them in the Bible. For virtually every situation, there's something that speaks to your situation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ife, for that. I'm not sure if any of our panelists just wants to add something to and to what's been discussed so far in just like a minute, maybe. I see Victor, he was really nodding his head like during when Ife and Mary were answering their questions. I don't know if you're going to have something, I don't know.
I think that it totally answered it well, and I was just nodding in affirmation. Very apt responses.
Okay. So the next question is for you, Victor. Digital board, it's yes.
Sorry, if you don't mind, let me quickly add something. I know I'm not one of the panelists, but sorry. Permit me. Just like how, let me put on my video, just like how I didn't want to take the conversation away from my dearest esteemed speakers, hence why I hid my face away, but I just thought to share. So like Ife said, it was, I recall it was one of the session I did, I can't remember, with the government or so, when we talked about mental health literacy, right? So I advocate for this conversation as to speaking the right language. We shouldn't be in that space where we say, oh, my mental health. And like I say, nobody goes about when you have malaria to say, oh, my physical health. That is not the case, right? So having the right word or expression is important. So like she said, there are 4 levels. The first level, the level beneath is what we call the no distress. So you don't have any distress. Your mental wellness is fine to a large extent, right? There's no problem. Maybe the problem you might have I'm going to work, Monday has come again, weekend flew by like mosquito that you will never see. You understand? That's the first leg, while we have the other leg being the no distress. So no distress just means, oh, I'm sad. I'm sad about a situation. I'm distressed. Just like how I was distressed having this Modupe, now all the distresses that I felt to have this, the anxiety, the unhappiness about the situation, about situations, the disappointment. They are more temporal, right? Anger, not chronic. Now, somebody upset you, you're angry. Why not feel it? However, point out to what the emotion is always very important. You're bitter about something. You don't linger on. Feel it and move on. And then we have the mental health problem. When we joke about, that person had a mental health problem. You're talking about, oh, that person is struggling mentally. That person is not able to get out from bed. That person is having it difficult, right? That person is despair. So when we talk about grieving, such people are in that mental health problem state, right? Where it now exhibits as a physical symptom now. So just like how I was stressed, I remember, Victor, you would agree when I said, if you look at my face, I have a lot of pimples that do not have face, that do not have the pop sign. It shows how stressed. So some stressors affect your hormonal situation, right? Those are when you have mental health problems, right? You're sorrowful, you're wallowing in sorrow. And then you have the mental disorder, where we have the chronic ones, the illness, the bipolar, the depression, the chronic depression. So I just wanted to put that in, right? And obviously, per every level, you have the intervention that is needed in that situation. So the bottom is like your ecosystem, you and I, how you supported me during this, right? Social consideration, your basic, I'm going to call my mom, call my sister, because I cannot deal Do you understand? And then you have the same one, the second level as well, your peer support. Who are your major support? Faith support, you go to quickly go to Efe. For fun support, you go to Modukwe. For therapy support, you go to your friend Mary, right? For work support, now technology based, you go to Victor, right? Then you have the third level where we talked about the top level where we talk about the problem, right? That's your basic, your one-to-one, seeing a therapist, a counselor, right? Not totally medicative support, however, specialized for you to seek out, whether it's in your faith gathering or your connection, because some people have it. You then reach out to your EAP with your organization. However, you've not been diagnosed with something. You're just in a problem. Do you understand? And then the last one is now when you have a specialized service. You don't have malaria. Okay, so you have malaria problem, you go to the pharmacy, but you can't have a kidney problem and go to the pharmacy. You go to where? The doctor. So you have a specialized person that can treat it. Thank you. I hope I did not talk too much and it was informative. Please go ahead, Modupe. I promise not to interrupt again.
No worries. Thank you very much, Annie. That was really, really insightful. Thanks for that. So, Victor, in recent times, peer support has exploded. It's gained momentum, especially post-pandemic, and we are more connected than ever online, but yet there's still that loneliness. People are still lonely. I mean, I scroll through comments sometimes and I see people say, oh, like I'm feeling sad today, or I'm feeling depressed, but I'm like, they're in this post and they can't even find anybody to reach out to them. And on my own, I've done that. Like, I've just sent a message saying, oh, I don't know you, but I hope you're good and stuff like that. Like, you can talk to me if you need to talk. How do we ensure that digital peer support actually transforms communities and doesn't just become another scroll and forget experience? And what makes it real? Like, how do you know that? Okay, what makes it more efficient? I don't know if you can answer that question for us, please. Thank you.
Before I answer that question, I will just give you a real life instance of peer support. There's this doctor I recently started following on Instagram. I think it's Dr. Olushola, and most people that reaches out to him have marital issues, right? Mostly marital issues that can lead to. And by the time you read the stories, you'll be wondering that how are all these things? It just seems like we're living in different worlds. Like, so this is real, yeah. And what he does is when he posts the question or the request for the general audience, he responds to it first in the comments, then allows every other person to respond. That is a form of peer support. Whether we like it or not, the woman will be able to pick like where she's supposed to go. The woman or the man, regardless of whoever brings the issue. So I'm not trying to say it's the woman that brings issues the most, right? So any of the gender to get their response and make a decision, whilst there's also like a private peer support with that man. So that's a real life scenario. Now, how do we keep it real? I think it's by being genuine. There are sometimes you don't open up fully, right? You're just saying, and the more open you are, the more help you can get, right? Like the person you're talking to is able to like get more context and offer as much advice as they can, right? So the genuineness and the realness in how you choose to share, you can share it with an individual, but once you're opening up to somebody, don't hold back, right? Because when you hold back, you still feel some burden that you've not unpacked, right? But when if I have an issue and I want to be vulnerable, just be vulnerable, share everything and it's one thing to get the advice, it's another thing to follow the advice, right? So it's now you that would you're the one that is looking to get a solution out of your situation, then you listen, evaluate it, look at your situation, then take action. So if you talk to people without taking anything, it's just talking to people, right? Without listening and not following that instruction might not bring any effect, right? And it might not even be an instruction, it can be just an advice. Take it calm, come back, talk often, share. Don't keep anything to yourself, right? So when these conversations are very genuine, and it could even be when it's anonymous. For example, I've seen a couple whose marriage is already going apart, and both of them are not living fine. Like, I'm sure either the man or the woman is already heading towards depression. Everything is bad. Guess what? They are both followers of this man. So when the man posts his own side of the story, then we just see part two. The woman has come and has responded to see her part, and everybody's getting more context. Eventually, they will come do a counseling session, they will reunite, and the family is back together, right? So these things is everybody trying to share their all to ensure that they get results out of that situation, not just for the purpose of sharing. Because if it's just sharing without taking an action, it's routine, right? So it's not just about sharing, it's also following what is advised so that you can get maximum results out of it and in some way be transformed, right? Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you so much for that. I have another follow-up question for you. What is your response to people that say that, online support is not the same as physical support, and they would, rather just go in? What do you have to say about that? When best does digital support work? And when do you think it's necessary for somebody to go for like a face-to-face interaction with a therapist? Yeah.
Yes, so I would say that it depends on the situation, right? And it depends on the person. Can you afford a physical session? It varies from therapist to therapist. And just like Eniola had said, there are different levels in mental well-being, right? If you are still at the surface level, a peer can solve it, right? If it's surface level depression, yeah. There are some depression I've seen, depression that led to schizophrenia. And because it's lasted a very long time and has led to hallucination and seeing things. That level is no longer peer support. That level, whether you have the money, you don't have the money, you have to see a therapist or a psychiatrist, right? It's deeper. Now, what peer support would now do for you is, whilst you're seeing the psychiatrist, they can provide the ongoing support for you to say, oh, in terms of medication usage, the side effects. So people can also share their experiences on how they went about it. I've seen a case, a woman had same diagnosis, she's back at work. She ran mad, maybe not mad, but you can clearly see that she was no longer fine. It has eaten deep into her system. Meanwhile, it has started years back and nobody took notes. They just started seeing little changes. She went to the hospital, back and forth, got admitted, and she was back, and she's back at work. And there's another person whose issue was with taking the medication. Now, for people in the deeper phase of mental well-being, some of them would struggle with taking medications because they have to take it until the doctor says stop. They take it 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. They can get frustrated, get tired. You will see when they listen to the doctor, they obey. But when there's nobody outside of their family, they lose it. They don't want to continue. And that's the essence of peer support. So for the deeper level, you see a psychiatrist. Fantastic. This is a fantastic example. Postpartum depression, very real. Very real. Sometimes it's not your husband you want to listen to as a woman. At that point, like you've probably been with your husband the whole 9-month journey, and you're trying to just get some form of support. Imagine there's a community where you can bear your heart out anonymously and you listen to them and follow that instruction, especially when they give you godly counsel, right? So that you yourself can follow those counsel and put yourself back. And get back to yourself, right? So those are the different levels. At very surface level, peer support can even do it, basic depression, and all those other issues. However, deeper level, you need to see a therapist or a psychiatrist. And therapist is even surface level consultation. Psychiatrist is you need to use certain medications, take certain injections, and just embody and get back to yourself. These things work. I've given 2 examples. One person went through serious back and forth admission in the hospital. One person did the medication, is back at work. Right? It depends on how much support they're able to get from family, get from people around them. If they have a peer support group, that's how they'll be able to get back to themselves, being whole again. Yeah.
So, Mary, I'm just going to come over to you. I don't know if you want to add anything to this based on your own professional experience as well. I think this question also, you'll be able to give more insight to the same question I asked Victor.
Okay, so give me the question again. I've lost my train of thoughts. We're talking
I'm
about
sorry.
online and
Yes,
physical,
like
yeah?
some people will say like it's not as effective as actual physical, like seeing a doctor or seeing a therapist one-on-one. What is your take on that?
Yeah, so I think some time ago I was in a session and we're talking about how AI has been introduced, and these days people can literally chat, just message the chatbot to just say, oh, I'm feeling this way, what do you think, and all of those things. And I think that one of the things I said then was that the online options we have is not a replacement for the physical structures. You see, these coexist. You can send a message or get therapy online and still visit a professional physically. We cannot rule out the fact that these things are meant to be like they're not substitutes for each other, right? Both of them can work hand in hand, with each other. So as much as we want to say, let's do online therapy and all. By the way, I work with a mental health organization, and most of the counseling we do is virtual. Again, because we are attending to clients from different parts of the world. You book a session, but you are speaking with a real-time counselor. You're not speaking with AI. You see the difference. So there's still that human touch to it. So as much as possible, and of course, if maybe the issue is not something that we feel like, what counseling can do, or maybe online interactions can do, we refer you to a physical counselor, somewhere you can actually walk into and see the person face to face, because there's still a lot of connection that happens when people are seeing each other face to face. But we cannot rule out the fact that online or digital options have come to make life better for us. Like this event we're having, for instance, it's an option and it's making things better and it's making things work. But will there be issues that you cannot just sit with in an online space and expect to have to get the desired result? Definitely yes, depending on the intensity of the issue, depending on the level, and of course depending on what kind of attention that issue will require.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, Victor and Mary. So the next question is for both of you actually, because you work, one works in digital and the other one works in education and stigma reduction. Can we really reduce stigma through the screen? Do you think that is possible? Or do we need boots on ground? Do we need that physical approach, one-on-one approach? And like in your lives, like in your dealings, how do you approach, how do you approach these kind of situations? And do you think there's going to be tension like between the digital and the there's some that advocate for more digital approaches to like mental health solutions, while some other people are very traditional and they just believe it has to be one-on-one. How do we like reduce the tension between that conversation?
Okay.
Do I need to
No worries. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. So I don't think that there is a tension, right, between them. They have their audience, right? There are some people that you cannot find online, right? And there are some people, they have where you can find them. You cannot find Gen Zs or Gen Zs, the TikTok, Instagram, and the elder, my dad now. My dad is on Facebook. In fact, he's always creating multiple accounts. I'm like, what is in this Facebook? No, right? So different pictures and everything. Our parents' age, like they do Facebook. So you see that the audience determines the platform, right? So, and for wider reach, especially when you're doing something as important as sensitization, the best way to make it be in the faces of people is to use digital channels, right? Physical interaction will cost money, will cost time, effort. In fact, it's going to be very stressful. In my years in the development phase, before we implement a project, we used to do where we do some sort of survey and we go with booths to the communities. It's always crazy, and it's more like you have to sensitize them and all that. And that's because of the targets. If our targets were people my age who are online and all of that, it would have been digital, fully digital, right? So it depends on the target. And if you want to do a campaign on mental health and sending the right messages, I think the right channel is digital, right? You will reach millions and millions of people. And it's now the approach that matters. Do you create an approach that gives engagement, right? It's one thing to just do a post, or you always have controversial case studies that people want to comment on, and at the end of it, you're able to put the right thing, like create the right scenario, pass the right message, and people are learning subconsciously or consciously. You see, once you see something every day, you see it every day. It's like dropping nuggets, like Eniola does every Monday, right? So depends. If she's doing it every day, and I'm a follower, I'm seeing it. Well, I might not even interact with the post, but it's sending a signal to my subconscious. You see, if I want to take an action that is contrary, I would sort of find it difficult. I might just hold back a little because something is there in my subconscious that has been passed over time, right? I think that's the best way. It does not invalidate physical campaigns, right? So you can organize like maybe a quarterly physical campaign to engage people physically and just, of course, create brand awareness, create the awareness of what we're trying to do itself in terms of mental health, well-being, right? So it doesn't invalidate that. So both of them go hand in hand and we target different audiences.
Thank you so much for that. Over to you, Mary. What's your take on this?
Okay, I'll just take it from where Victor has said. Honestly, the audience determines the medium. Yeah. I attended an event, I think last year, and for the first time, I saw a lady who attends to how do I explain it? Who shares mental health messages in ingenious ways. So she literally interprets. And it just occurred to me at that time that, oh my God, this is actually something that we've not actually looked at for a very long time. Most of us speak English, but we don't remember that there are actually some people that don't understand English who are speaking, such that if you want to reach them, you have to speak the language that they understand so that you can pass the message across to them. So she is basically doing indigenous teaching and those things. Now, what I'm saying is you have to use the method that your audience would best benefit from. If it is in the online space you're going to find them, you better stay in that online space. If it is going to be, yes, one-on-one interactions, maybe visiting places, schools, churches, and those things, very important too. The audience actually will determine how you get this message across. The most important thing is that you pass the information. That's the most important thing. And not just passing the information, you want to also ensure that those you're passing that information to understand the information you're passing and they give you the feedback that you desire. Then communication is good. I hope
Thank you so very much. Yes, you did. You did, especially with the mode of communication. Like, that's probably the first time I've heard that. Like, everybody just assumes that everybody speaks English, but we're not thinking about people that need communication in Yoruba, Pidgin English, Hausa, and all that.
Hi.
We have a lot of languages in Nigeria. Hello,
Hi,
Annie.
Modupe. Sorry, allow it a veto power, I promised. But yes, Mary, that's a very good one from your response. And one of the things that the reasons behind Mindsplace. So for years now, we've had to even culturally led services. That's what we call it, right? Culturally led services where we have therapists that provide services in people's lounges, right? We've gone as far as going to traditionalists to go educate them on mental health and how they could have, because in these rural areas, those are the first people that people tend to go to, right? Rather than quickly giving them the herbs and everything, why don't you do XYZ? So, part of what we do as a service provider and as an initiative now, and when I say initiative, I mean the awakening, right, is to educate people on the first line, that's mental health um, first aider, right? What are the checklists? What should you even look out for? So when we talked about the postpartum thing, I'm sorry, I don't know why my face is not showing, right? What's the first thing? How do you identify? What are the symptoms? Same thing with how we look at physical health, right? Where you're having malaria, your bones start to ache, you know, things like that. What is the checklist? What do we look out for? How can we help? How can we support those kind of people? We've had people reach out and say, oh, do you have a therapist that speaks Efik? Do you have a therapist that speaks Yoruba? In fact, in as much as my Yoruba is not so good, I've had to talk in a place for old people, and I had to speak Yoruba, right? They were all laughing. It was very jovial because imagine me speaking Yoruba with my apparent phone. This was years ago when I first came back. You understand? But they understood, and there was somebody that then decided, okay, you know what? Let me be your interpreter. So part of what want to just conclude with this my conversation is that is why that is one of the key reasons why we exist. We've done our research for the past year, and we've seen what are the gaps. So Victor had talked about the service providers being limited, right? We have very few service providers. And when I say service provider, whether you're a specialist, you're an organization, whoever, and that is why we are creating an ecosystem. Part of it is even the fresh graduates are not going into this field because who do they want to go to, right? The psychiatric hospital we have is servicing millions of people, over 200. We've not even done our last census. Maybe we've entered even 400. I divert, but we don't know. We only have 8 and counting. There are private ones. The private ones are money oriented. Whilst everybody can exist with financial aids, we're all looking for revenue. However, what do? We need to decentralize this whole conversation and ensure that there's sustainability in this field. And that is literally why we exist as an organization, to bridge the gaps. So don't look at Mindspace as only online. We have a lot of people reach out and say physical, right? And some of our service providers offer physical therapy, and then we link them. Do you understand? So part of the challenges is everybody wants to come out in this field and start creating websites, start creating this type of, why don't we have a one-stop hub, like how we have all the food vendors come in one app or something, to find an ecosystem where whenever you want to reach out to someone, whatever your pockets can accommodate, we then have is similar to physical health, where you've been diagnosed with something, you have to do a surgery. If you cannot afford it, you opt and look for another hospital that you can afford, right? Because you just need to do the operation. Same thing. If some people are offering services of in millions or thousands, I mean hundreds of thousands, why don't you get? However, we want to ensure that the in as much as what you pay for might be lessened, the quality of help of services that you get is of standard. Thank you very much. I apologize once again. God bless.
Very fine. Thank you so much for that input. Thank you very much, Annie. Thank you to everybody. Thank you. So Ife and Mary, this question is for you. Ife, you're navigating faith and mental health, and Mary, you're fighting through stigma. You're fighting stigma through education. Both of you are dealing with deeply held beliefs. Where do you think your approaches overlap? And how can faith communities become better at addressing mental health stigma without compromising their spiritual identity?
I think I'm going to ask you to go through a question again. I think I got the first part.
Okay.
Please take it again.
So, Ife, you're navigating through faith and mental health. Mary, you're fighting stigma through education. Both of you are dealing with deeply held beliefs like stigma, faith. Um,
Okay.
where do you think your approaches overlap? And how can faith communities become better at addressing mental health stigma without compromising their spiritual identity?
I think that they overlap on the issue of stigmatization and awareness, to be honest, because there's stigmatization because there's poor awareness of what it is and how to deal with it, and then which then results in oversimplification of the issue, right? So I'm not saying, and I think that Eliana made a very valid point in the fact that people need to use the right language. So when people say I have mental health, so if you use the right language, then it then becomes easier for the religious person, or the cleric, or the institution, or the community group to then step up and provide you with the relevant support, right? So we have doctors in church, we have therapists. We do have a therapist in my church, to be honest. And I remember somebody asking a question once in church, because sometimes we do, not sometimes, on Wednesday when we have Bible study, we have Q&A sessions. And so the pastor answered and said, please, so and so person is a therapist in our church. I would like her to come and give an opinion from a medical point of view. So as religious institutions, you recognize other kinds of doctors in the system. And I don't think that mental health is the regular kind of counseling that you give. As I said, marriage counseling is something that's done in church, right? But when it comes to well-being, I cannot go to my pastor to counsel me on, I don't know, I'm not me, just as Daniela said, someone that is ill, that has a kidney disease. The religious institution or the cleric should then recognize at what point it then becomes more than something they can handle solely from a faith point of view. Like you say, okay, at this level, you just need affirmations, renew your mind. But when we get to a particular level, where, as Eniola said, it then becomes a mental health, was it problem or illness, then you really need to see somebody. I think that the intersection is in the education and in stigmatization.
Thank you so much, Ife. Thank you very much for that. Mary, I'd like to have your take on this.
Okay, I think that faith and education are just very powerful tools in helping to solve the stigmatization that mental health faces. By the way, very great conversation, Ife. Your presentation was so good. Honestly, I was literally enjoying it. A lot of people believe their pastors more than they believe medical practitioners. Yeah, whatever their pastor says, that is it. Even if they go to the hospital, even if they see a therapist or a professional, and they still want to, double check it with their pastors, like, Pastor Sir, what does the Lord say? And I just find that dynamic very interesting. But I think that one of the things, how they overlap is that I think faith shapes our lives. Yeah, the beliefs, the things that we hold on to. Faith, helps us to shape them. But I think education would help you to refine some of these things. I mean, with education, we know that you can actually question some things. You necessarily don't have to take a line hook and sinker and run away with it and run along with it, just like that. So I think that these two tools are just very, very critical points. And how can the church, or how can societies be a part of this conversation or be a part of this change that we are looking to see? Let's begin to also teach the pastors, maybe, because the pastors do more counseling. I'm not even joking. More members want to talk to their pastors. More members believe their pastors and all that. Maybe we should begin to have faith communities partner with maybe mental health organizations, run trainings for some of these pastors, so that at least they have the first thing to do when someone comes to you and say, oh, I'm feeling this way. You don't necessarily begin to say, oh, let's go for deliverance. You know that this is actually a mental health issue. You get what I'm trying to say? So that education can also help, so that they can know where to channel the right, the matter to. I'm not saying that some of these issues are not deeply spiritual, because we have to be sincere. Some of them are actually deeply spiritual, but not all of them. And so when heads of the faith-based communities know better, they are able to advise their members better. They also do better and make better informed decisions. So I think for me, I would just be like, you know what, let's more faith organizations be open to these conversations. Let them be more open. Let them maybe take trainings for some of their leaders. I've seen faith-based communities that actually have professional marriage counselors, for instance. You necessarily don't have to go and meet your pastor if you have an issue in your marriage. You go see a professional counselor. That's one of the ways that they can be a part of ending the stigmatization that we are talking about. I hope that works.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. So my last question is for all the panelists. If we can just keep our answers like very short, maybe 2 minutes each. Last question is, when somebody in your community is experiencing mental health issues, maybe they're suicidal, they have severe anxiety, you can tell that they're depressed, maybe psychosis, whatever it is. What's the first thing you want the community to do? What's the action you feel like they should take in that situation? I think, Victor, I'm not sure if you're still on. Okay, thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. So I don't know who wants to start first. Did you hear the question properly, Victor, or do I have to come?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that it depends on the severity of the case, right? But you said acute. First thing for an acute situation is that the person visits the hospital. And I can tell you, health issues, not just mental health issues, that comes side in side with any of those acute mental health issues you mentioned. For example, there's a very high possibility that if you have schizophrenia or psychosis or you're depressed, you have high blood pressure. It's very and because it's like your mind is running on overdrive. You're thinking about a lot of things, and overthinking itself can increase like your blood pressure, for example. Yeah, and depending on how long it is. So when you for you to discover somebody as acute, it means there was an episode. When there's an episode, at that point, the person is not mentally ready to listen to your calm down. The person is not on the same pedestal with you. So what the person needs is a reliever, either an instant injection or a doctor that can calm the person down. At some point, the treatment will bring the person back to reality, and then you can start counseling or whatever support you're going to provide. It happens in the same phase, right? But if it's very acute, that person has I know someone who, as a result of that, had what's this, stroke, right? Yeah, and from being schizophrenic to high blood pressure, it overshot, and then stroke study. So it oftentimes comes with health side effects, right? Or side effects to the individual's health, which means you see that despite the brain, they'll still tell the person to do certain tests like football count and all those things to just check if nothing else has been affected, right? The person has run on overdrive for a bit. It's different. We can see one. Some people, they are seeing three, right? So in that instance, you're trying to correct it and also check the other part of the body. So I think that's the first thing. That should be the first response. Get the person to at least a public health institution. It's quite expensive, but I mean, you'd once it's important, I'm sure you'll be able to rally around to raise the funds. Private healthcare is way more expensive, but in government institutions, if it's not an admission, at least you can walk around the whole seeing the doctor first, right? The psychiatrist that they can now evaluate the person and determine what the next steps will be. Yeah, so I think that.
Thank you so much, Victor. So I'm not sure who wants to go next, Ife or Mary.
Yeah, I'll go next. And I mean, my answer is pretty simple, is in alignment with Victor. I mean, you use the word acute, and if it's acute, I'll say see a healthcare professional.
Yeah, that's just it. I think that's just a simple response, honestly. Like, just go and see a professional. That's it. If it's acute, it's not something to wait about. It's not something to say, oh, let me listen to you, calm down, journal, meditate. Don't journal. It's not a journaling matter. Go and see a professional. That's it.
But what support do you think the community can give that kind of person in that kind of situation?
Okay, I think for support from community, it's still going to be acceptance. Because again, we're now talking about community involvement. If someone is showing acute signs, that's not the time to now treat the person as an outcast. And so when I say acceptance in the sense that they are also maybe helping to refer the person to a therapist or a psychiatrist or medical personnel involved. So that's like that, and it's not like acceptance and then they're going to just keep the person then praying and hoping that things will be better. It's acceptance to take action, basically. I mean, it's just like when you are talking to somebody, for instance, and then the person says, "Oh, I'm having suicidal thoughts." You know how you can take the question to the next level, like, "Have you tried to self-harm? Have you done it? Have you done anything?" Once, even if the person says about suicidal thoughts, it is no longer a joking matter. You have to take the necessary action immediately because it's not something to wait about, because you never can tell the person can do anything in the next minute.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our panelists. Please, can we give them a round of applause? They've done really well today and they've impacted us with so much knowledge. Thank you so much. So I'm just going to quickly run through what they've said. Stigma is not something that...
Before you go on, I think there's
some questions. Yes, please throw it open to the audience. So we have a question here. I don't know. Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can. It says, what role is health insurance? What role is the role of health insurance in providing referral and support? I don't know who can answer that question.
Okay, I'll just talk.
What's the role of health insurance in providing referral and support?
So whilst some health insurance packages offer psychiatric care at least 4 times in a year, and that's just consultation, right? Many other packages do not. So and because it is very expensive, right, especially in private practice, to consult a psychiatrist can cost as much as 50,000 naira one session, right? And it could be less than, it could be an hour, it could be 30 minutes. They give you prescription and that's all. So the marks I've seen in health insurance, like based on the kind of business I do, I've seen that one of the very highest packages as something like that covers it's just 4 times in a year every quarter. And there are monthly medications, monthly injections that may or may not be covered, right? So it depends on the insurance company. So, but most of the popular ones that insurance packages that we get, maybe from our place of work and all that, might not cover this. And the need, and even though it covers it, the need, healthcare wise, would still require you to pay out of pocket for certain things, right? Tests that might not be covered, medications that are very expensive that might not be covered, and all of that. Yeah, but health insurance, I think they've been able to add it to the package, but because of the cost of the service, it might not be covered. And it's just like for example, if in diagnostics, which is the field I play, MRI test costs as much as 100K, right? If your annual subscription is 500,000 and one MRI is 100,000, you might only get access to doing MRI once in a year, right? So, and I think that insurance companies can do better, right? Maybe create specialized
I'm not sure.
Okay,
I
so
think
I
we lost.
think, yeah, we
Yeah.
lost him. But also to buttress to all that he has said, I don't know. Okay, I'm back now. So put on my video. So I would also talk on the role, right? The role of health insurance in referral and support. So like the top, like our theme has to do with unite all service providers, which is what WHO is concerned about for this team for the year, especially during war, emergency. It means that everybody needs to come together to collaborate. I would like to say this, and I don't wish anybody holds me down. Whilst we as an organization, we reached out to a lot of service providers and they were reluctant. And that's because they see us as more of competitors, right? Than us all working together. The whole thing is for everybody to unite, for the users and the community to see what providers are out there and who they can reach out to. So if we do not come together to collaborate, to have such conversation, how then can people know that we exist? We talked about how, a lot of people, if it is acute, it's for whoever they can reach out to, who is the community, the first line of support. You and I, our family, our friends, to be able to say, oh, this is what you're going through. Go to the hospital right now. You understand? It's just like the same thing with physical health. Before you run to the hospital, you're already seeing symptoms. You don't quickly see symptoms and you reach out to someone to say, oh, this is what I'm feeling. Even a pregnant woman, you're vomiting, you're doing everything. You reach out to your friend, your mother, your father, anybody that is around you first. Is that person that can now say, oh, let me see your eye. As mothers, they'll look at eye, look at this, look at that, and say, go and buy a test strip or go to the hospital. Or when you're feeling aches, somebody would then tell you you have malaria, run to the hospital if you're at work. I've had to do it several times. And then the students, my colleagues come back and say, Eniola, how did you know? Well, we all know these things, right? The first line of action is education. We need to be aware so that we can help, so that we can recognize and know what to say to such people and quickly tell them to have the next line of action, right? We're not the solution providers, but we are the awakening actors to say, this is what you need to do. You trigger that person. So now coming back to the role of healthcare providers, they need to know all the service providers, who are the people they can collaborate with, right? Whether they are individuals or bodies with service providers, or when I say bodies, I mean organizations, right? So you have your the ones within the mental health space, the emotional health space, the behavioral health space, the physical, where you have physiotherapists. There are a lot of ecosystem that has to boost well-being holistically, right? They should be the first line of contact to all networks and service providers within the healthcare sector, so that anybody that needs to reach out to their services as an insurance will have the best of the best. And I like, to a large extent, what a lot of insurance do. They look for service providers within their budget, depending on the quotation, the quotes of the service providers they have. I recall one time when I was really sick and I needed to undergo a surgery, and I heard that, I'm not going to call the insurance name, that, oh, they were going to reach back before giving permission. I'm like, why? I'm sure what they wanted to do was to say, oh, maybe go to general hospital because they are best in doing XYZ surgeries. So they need to have that database, which to a large extent we lack. That's because we do not want to collaborate, right? There are service providers like the organization where Mary works, Mindsplace, Checker Health, and everybody else. So they need to all collaborate in this care coordination, right? Coordinate. How do we then involve all these people? How do we then refer them to the community? On our website, we've been talking about digital. On their website, we're talking about digital. List out the service providers that you have under your care. With that, I can then look through, if I'm using XYZ insurance, to say, okay, this is the insurance that I would then use. This is the facility or the service provider I would then use now that I've been diagnosed with XYZ, right? And then education. I know that a lot of this insurance, they educate workplaces, individuals, and do a lot of CSR around service provision, because they talk about wellness as well. In May, I've had at the workplace, we call our healthcare providers to send a doctor to us or a therapist to us to talk about mental health on Mental Health Awareness Month, which is May. So things like that is how they need to be involved and create a referral system and support for their clients or their patients, or whatever we can call it. And the good thing I remember is a lot of them now have telehealth services where, okay, you might not need to quickly go to the doctor. Why don't you check in with us? How are you feeling? This, da, 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 da. They check on the system. What hospital do you use? Okay, please go out to your hospital, and then we'll take it up from them. So I hope this answers the question to a large extent. And then I see that she has a follow-up question as to what is this now? There's a big elephant that no one has been talking about enough: substance use and mental health. I'm not sure if you missed it. I know that Victor did touch on it. Oh, I can't see Victor anymore. Victor did touch on it. And so with substance abuse, take for instance, is a chronic mental health issue. So it's a mental health illness, right? People should not think that it's normal. And we've talked about spiritual aspect. It is not spiritual. Such people have been exposed to drugs. Victor talked about cannabis, talked about cocaine, talked about different things. And you see a lot of the youths and the younger generation now, I don't know about the older ones, so we need to do more data on that. I would say the older ones, more of the substance abuse was your typical cigarettes. It was very few of them that were taking weeds and everything. But now, with the younger generation, we are having a lot of mixture just to get high, right? And obviously, those things are addictive, right? So when they are diagnosed with substance use disorder, that's what it's called, right? it's typically a compulsive state where they need to always get high. The substance abuse can be through alcohol. You have a lot of people that are heavy drinkers. They cannot do than to drink 24/7. And the funny thing is, you have some people that effectively work to a large extent because they are addicts. You have some people that will drink immediately after work. They drink to stupor, and they still wake up the next day. High functioning individuals, right? With this, you can go to rehabilitation. Centers are very important, right? And there are some out there, not much are. We don't have a lot of rehabilitation centers that are government owned, but we have quite a lot of private ones, but they are quite expensive. Hence the involvement of health insurance. Because they're expensive, they're limited, just like how Victor talked about, it being maybe 4 times in a year and the number of times you can see an expert, right? So the impact is quite huge, and trust me, it's not, substance abuse is one of my passion. We've talked about it. I've been speakers during the substance abuse day and everything, creating awareness around it and what can be done, right? Because it affects all, and I say all aspects of the individual life, behaviorally, cognitively, emotionally, everything, right? The ability to function, make decisions. Think about it, it affects everything. And that's what mental health conditions do. It affects how we think. It is a chemical imbalance in the brain. However, rather than it being thoughts, they're trying to suppress their thoughts by using an external factor, which is maybe cocaine, which is maybe drink, to suppress their thought process, right? So that's what it is. And how can we support? We can support with community. Now, first level community, you and I, parents, we need to be aware. Once you start seeing your child go out all the time, comes back home drunk, if I may say, right? Speak to them. When you see that it is now being more frequent than it used to be, then there's something they're trying to suppress. They might be going through a depressive state that they don't know who to reach out to and how to go about it, right? Reach out to professionals within the space, right? I'm not going to say Mindspace, but reach out to anybody. Do your research, get informed, and make them seek help so that they can recover from this struggle. Because the foundation of it all is mostly trauma. They've been traumatized by something has happened to them that they're feeling reluctant or unable to speak about it. However, we need to identify these things, and everyone has touched excessively on such identification, and it takes you and I to go and do what needs to be done for us to recognize and help out to those who are struggling with their mental wellness. Thank you. Modupe, I'm very sorry. It's because I didn't see Victor anymore. Please, can you round up? I don't know if she's still here. And Miss Rani, thank you very much. The questions were very, very important. Thank you. Modupe, are you there? All right. Thank you all so much. I hope you can see me. So Modupe, are you there? Okay, I see here that, okay, Modupe is here. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So I've been on for quite some time, and it seems like I've been talking to myself. Oh my God, it seems like I've been talking to myself. Talking to myself. So I was just going to tie what has been said here today. I want to thank our panelists very much for that. The session was beautiful. The one before even the panel session, like I really learned a lot and I gained a lot of insight from the conversations that we've had today. One very important conversation that actually resonated with me was language being a barrier in communicating when it comes to mental health and reaching grassroots. I think that's something that I've never actually thought about. I mean, I obviously know that everybody has, like, people that speak Yoruba, I also have challenges, but it's never occurred to me that, communication could be a barrier to reaching these people. And I'm just going to quickly tie what has been said here, like stigma, religion. I mean, we're not saying that, you should forget about your faith or, not reach out to your pastors if need be. But I met a pastor last year and he's also a psychiatrist. And he said to me that a lot of times when people come to him and they obviously have mental health crisis at that moment, that they'll be like, oh pastor, please can you pray for me? He'll go like, I think you need to go to the hospital. It's very important that you see a doctor. This is not a spiritual matter. Like, and it's very important to have people like that in that space, like, pastors that understand the importance of medicine. And he will say that he says to his congregants that there's a reason why God gave us doctors. God has given us doctors to help us too, and God can assist you through your doctor. And so I think it's very, very important. I was saying that if people had any other questions, they could reach out to the panelists. I'm sure they're going to provide their details, and they could reach out to them to answer that question. So thank you so very much. I want us to give a round of applause to our panelists. They did really well. I learned quite a lot from them today. Thank you so very much, Victor, Efe, and Mary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Modupe. You've been awesome. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Well done. Well done. Well done. And sorry, I kept butting in. And Victor, when you forget, I had to answer some of the question. We had a question as to substance abuse. I don't know if you heard me.
Yeah, I heard you. Thanks for chipping in here.
Do you have anything to add in a minute?
No, I think that you did quite justice to that. Yeah.
All
just
right.
struggling to work here. Well, thank you for assisting.
All right. So I'll go straight to closing now. And when I say closing, it's my closing speech. So I would like to say it's been overwhelming. Today has been overwhelming, regardless of how the technology bits and the network, everything went. It's been a wowish, if I must say, day for me. I don't know if it has been for you. If it has been, please put it on the live chat. And I want to apologize. We took longer than expected. Hence, LinkedIn has booted us out because you only have a 4 hours time frame for live streaming on LinkedIn. So we had put, I think team members must have put in the youth for all LinkedIn viewers to join. Thank you very much for joining. Whether you've been here for the past 1 minute, 5 minutes, the past 4 hours, I am deeply, deeply moved by your presence. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. If you've been moved or however, please put it in the comments. Whatever you've learned today, put it in the comments. That is exactly how we feel. I feel, right? It means that we have been fully present in this space. So I want to say a big thank you, and give yourselves a round of applause, please, 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 wherever you are. Emojis should be rolling, right? Um, Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here. We started this morning and I spoke about awakening of our minds. And today, through our speakers and every story that has been shared, every vulnerability that has been exposed, right? Every question that has been raised, we have justice to the conversation in celebration of what today is, right? It has been an eye opener, from digital connection to the urgency of crisis and the need to end stigma, right? The complexity of faith and mental health, and understand nonverbal cues that I talked about earlier, right? We've learned about mental health not just being an individual issue, and it takes you and I, the community, which is why I said even in acute situation, it's the community first, because you have, nobody is an island, nobody is alone. Even if you live alone, when you have any struggle, there's somebody you would reach out to, right? And you don't even live alone, you will have a security, you will have neighbors. So there's nobody that is an island, right? Victor reminded us that we don't have to heal alone. Digital presence is available for each and every one of us. Mary showed us that education, awareness, literacy can shatter stigma, can break the wall. Efe challenged us that holding space for our faith, right? Understanding it by ourselves helps with our mental health as well. And we had the creative side through Ebuka, Ebika Boe. Yes, I hope I didn't murder your name, but permit me. Who reminded us that not just words, through arts, through colors, through the creative expression, we can express how we feel, right? All our panelists brought it all together, showing us the separate conversation we can have and how it is interconnected in one, as to what mental health is and what mental wellness is. But here's the truth. Today was never just about what happened in these past few hours, 4 hours, and we're going into the fifth one. Today is about planting a seed by us, a seed by you and I. Right? Call that person that matters to you, right? Let us not disconnect from one another. Secondly, let us break the silence. Let us challenge the status quo. Whether you're at work, you're in your family, you're in your faith community, you're in a group, spark the conversation, start the conversation about mental wellness. Just as how we talk about physical wellness as well. Let us normalize the conversation. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay. The third is take care of yourself. Do not you cannot pour from an empty cup, right? Wherever whatever it looks like in you, whether it's through therapy, through art, through journaling, through prayer, through movement, through rest, through running, like how Victor was advised this morning. But yes, whatever works for you, it. Your wellness matters. Healthy, if you separate it, it means heal, die. Heal thyself. How? It is yourself first. And finally, stay connected to communities, to support systems, whether online or offline, right? Mindspace is here for you. Our platform, our resources, our upcoming app, whatever it is designed to support you and I beyond this conversation. Before I close, I want to say a very big thank you to all the speakers, Victor, Mary, Efe, Modupe, and Pelumi. I want to say a big thank you, Moderator Modupe. You've been so awesome. It took a lot for you to be here today, and I see you. I appreciate you. Victor, thank you. From the get-go, Victor was, oh my God, it was just there. And Eniola, what's the challenge? Eniola this, Eniola that. FAO, Eniola, do you want to reconsider? I cannot express how thankful I am. And Mary, you're such an awesome soul. You're such an awesome person. And Ebika, thank you so much as well for being here. To all our sponsors, we say thank you. In as much as we do not have a physical one, I don't know if you permit me to call you out. We had sponsors for our events, but because it's going to be a virtual one, I want to believe we're postponing it to 2026 event that will, by God's grace, be a physical one. We had Cadbury, we had Lady Care, we had, oh my God, we had Prosana. We had quite a lot that could have supported. I want to say a big thank you for believing in us, for all your support. And there's somebody here that I want to call out. He's here virtually, Mr. Dodun. Thank you so much. He was going to be one of our media partners. No, what do you call it? The planning partners, event planning partners, an expert in the field. He was so supportive, got us a couple of partners. Awesome people. And I want to say a big thank you to 1 or 3 or 4 of my support system, my mother, my father, my sisters. Oh, how is it going? Any, send me your flyer so that I can post it. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you. I thank you. And thank you. Yes, you. I don't know your names. All my mommies. Thank you, everybody on LinkedIn, on YouTube. I really appreciate you. Please do well and post all the things that you've heard today, right? Post them on all your social media. Tag us. We will rebroadcast and let's get the conversation going, right? Let us be there for each and every one of us. Like they say, it's not a cliche. Mental health is not a journey. It's a journey, sorry. It's not a destination, right? We will have hard days, we'll have soft days, we'll have good days, we'll have bad days, right? But nobody has to be an island. Nobody has to walk alone. We are all in this together, coexisting together. So as we transition today to close the day, please feel free to follow each and every one of us on LinkedIn. I know I saw a comment where somebody said, oh, can you share the profiles? And we did share the profiles. And remember, your story matters. Wellness matters. And you matter. I matter in wherever I am, in whatever fair I am, in whatever stage or season that I am. Keep awakening. Keep uniting. Keep supporting well-being. And now let me not say mental well-being, holistic well-being, whether in crisis or in and out of crisis and beyond. Thank you all so much for your time, for your space, for your data that you have spent today. Thank you. And may your mind find peace in your heart for healing, and your spirit find hope in life. Let us continue to awaken together. Thank you all so much. So before we go, I was meant to say my closing remarks, and then the moderator, not the moderator, our host was meant to conclude. So I would have to do the conclusion now to say we are not meant to carry our burdens alone. I talked about that, right? We awaken to the power of community, whether digital or physical, spoken or spoken, faith or questioning, right? Struggling or healing. We awaken to the reality that mental wellness is as important as a physical wellness, and daily practice is very important for ourselves and each other. So with this, I was the one that created this for us. I was not meant to be the one to say it out, right? But I will just quickly put this on the screen. Just permit me 1 minute for us to have okay. So we had talked about subscribing on all our social media handles. We have Instagram, YouTube. Please subscribe, like, comment, share the things that you've learned today. We're on LinkedIn, we're on Instagram active, and when we post, please do well to share whatever comments that you can. So for the movement, it's called the Awakening Initiative, and for the organization, it's called Mindsplace. And so just take it one step at a time. I created this commitment for Unite25 so just read after me where it has the dash. It says, I, Ella Bello, commit to breaking the silence where stigma once lived. I commit to seeing beyond words, to notice the unspoken pain, the hidden struggle, and the quiet cries for help. I commit to holding space for both faith and doubt, for strength and vulnerability, and for hope and hurt. I commit to using my voice, my platform, my presence to normalize conversation about mental health. I, Eniela, I commit to seeking support when I need it and offering support when I can give it. I commit to remembering that healing is not linear, is not weakness, and asking for help is an act of courage. I commit to building communities where no one has to pretend they are fine when they are falling apart. I commit to being the person I need I commit to being the person I needed when I was struggling. Apologies. This go to a promise. This is our promise to ourselves, to the generation coming after us. We will not go back to suffering in silence. We will not let stigma steal another voice. We will not forget that behind every statistics is a story, and behind every story is worthy of care. Thank you very much. And I hope you get to forward this to everyone around us. We will be with commitment at the end of the event before today runs out. So we choose to access over barrier. We choose to access over ignorance, and we choose to act on empathy, and we choose to unite for well-being every day, today, and tomorrow. Thank you all so much for being here. Have a blessed and wonderful day. And I declare today closed by the grace of God. Bye and God bless. Thank you.